Morning, everyone. It's 9:30, time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. As you all know, I'm Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. The tables behind the Council are getting longer every day and bigger every day.
They are. It's a sort of it's a finale, I suppose. If we get closer and closer, there'll be another row.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. It's like NASA. So today we are talking about the majority, hopefully the majority of the design policies. So it's matter 11, all barring tall buildings, which we're doing tomorrow, which I had expected to be perhaps longer session. It may well be, but we have Hadley Wood Neighbourhood Forum and Enfield Society here with us. We'll do introductions. Just in terms of how it's going to run today, though, we'll do introductions and matters arising, but clearly I don't want you to sit here all day, and we'll do it chronologically, and we'll just get to your bits when we get to them. It'd be more sensible to deal with what you're here to talk about. Your statements, you're obviously obliged, you have a right to be heard on any policy you made representations on, but if on the basis you're mainly here to talk about what you've raised in your statements, I think that's mainly DE5 and DE11. That's both of you. Hadley Wood have made comments on, and tall buildings, which obviously tomorrow. And then I think Hadley Wood have made comments on D10, which is heritage, and D15. So are there any, just to make sure that there's no, are there any other policies either of you wish to raise anything on? No? No. That's fine. Thank you, sir. Okay, on Mr. DeVos, on Hadley Wood, sorry, on D15, your statement, reading it, it's more, it doesn't really suggest that it's a comment about the policy itself. There's nothing saying you're objecting to the policy. It's more about objecting or raising an issue about its implementation. So just as a matter of, that's obviously outside my, I'm sure the Council has read that and taken that on board, but I'm not, that's outside my control. So if there's nothing particularly you're objecting to the policy on, not saying there might be other things you want to raise about the policy, but on that, I'm not necessarily going to do that, bring that policy into it, because I don't think that's an issue which is necessarily for me. Anyway, if you're generally content that the policy is fine, it's just you're a bit worried about how it's being implemented or might be implemented, then, but that's outside the scope of my control. So.
Yes, it was just to make sure that the Council are definitely sure they want to have this policy in the plan. Okay,
right. It's only the reason I say because the D15 is quite a detailed policy, and if it's just that one issue, I don't necessarily want to bring that to the fore. The other things are very, but because it's not trivial, but there's a lot of detail in that, and if it's only that one point, I'd rather just leave that to the end. So by all means stay, but if it's your point is made, I've got that, I can raise it if need be. But thank you for that. Obviously, Councillor Georgie was down to come. I don't know if he's going to attend or not, and we'll have to see. Similarly with the Council, from the Council side, if there are officers or colleagues here who are here for particular policies where it's better for them to be dealt with up front, and then they can leave, that's fine, and we can deal with that as well. So I'm not wedded to any particular order.
Thank you,
but at the moment, I'm thinking that I'll deal with DE1 first, because that's a sort of scene setter, and it's not a huge amount for me to say, but it's a strategic policy scene setter. Then I'll go into DE5, which is views, and DE11, landscape. Then do DE4 and DE10 together, or next to each other, because they're both the heritage policies, and then you may have some specialists here to talk about those. And then move on, get back into the chronology after that. But again, if there's people here who it's better to deal with up front, then just let me know and we can move things around.
Yes, will do. Thank you very much.
Similarly, and I'm hoping this isn't the case, but if we do get to the point where it gets to 5 o'clock and we haven't finished, then, because there are a lot of policies, albeit not all of them are particularly controversial, we should have some time tomorrow. So again, if there are officers who aren't here today, who would, you don't want to bring back, or it wouldn't be fair to bring back, let me know, and then we can make sure we get those policies sorted before, so we can just order it, what's ever best.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay,
thank you. So we will then just do introductions first for the benefit of anybody watching from home, and then I'll see if any matters arise. So, Mr. Reid, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel. I'm instructed by the Council. I'm here with Mr. Dale Harris of Council.
Michael Kennedy, Urban Design and Heritage Manager, Enfield.
K Polaris, Planning Policy Team, Enfield Council.
Steve DeVos, Hatley Wood Neighbourhood Planning Forum.
John West, the Enfield Society. Good morning.
Good morning, welcome everyone. Right, so before we get into policy D1, are there any matters arise from the council you want to draw my attention to?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Right, so start with policy, say DE1, just because it's a strategic policy, sort of overarching policy, but I haven't got a huge amount to say about it. Really, I suppose it's a, dare I say, motherhood and apple pie type policy, which is not unusual for a strategic policy. It says wonderful thing. We're all going to be. It's going to be wonderful things, and everything's going to be wonderful, and everything should be wonderful. It's not a question so much as an observation. I will say, slightly facetiously, that actually, unlike me, criterion 1 says planning applications for development that are not suitable for their intended function, that are inappropriate to their context, or which fail to have appropriate regard to their surroundings will be refused. You couldn't have a clearer, more straightforward and absolute policy than that. And then, just as this it makes me wonder why you need another 14 policies to say roughly the same thing, albeit notwithstanding.
Just in case there was any
doubt
any
at all.
misunderstanding.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, heritage, landscape views, yes, there are specific things, but that sums up. And I've read many a local plan back in the day when local plans were short. That would have been about it on a design policy. So at least that sets context. So, good. But why are there so many other ways of saying, let's try and say the same thing in a slightly different way? But fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And then criterion 2, again, I could argue, well, it says it's one of these all development must, but I suppose at least in this context, and I want to just differentiate between, if you say, well, why isn't the inspector picked us up on this, but he picked us up on all the other things where we've said all development. Obviously, when it comes to design, impact on character appearance, practically all development has the potential to affect character appearance. Not every development is going to require public transport interventions or new roads or etc. Whereas most development, even change of use with no external alterations can still have an effect on character. So I think it's not unreasonable, at least in this context. So I want to make sure that I realise this, and it is subtle and nuanced. It's not one size fits all. You could get into, when you get into things like some of the actual subheadings here, you could say, well, is it really going to be the case that all development should embrace biophilic design principles? Even if I knew what those were, then I'd probably question it. But it's an overarching string and read in that context. In terms of my questions, I did raise a bit about figure 7.1 and looking at your answers to my questions and criterion 2A, I think, which refers to the character of growth study. So I think figure 10.1, as I've understood, it's supposed to sort of reflect the character of growth study and what that said about areas of change. And you've suggested that that criterion should be modified to include a reference to figure 7.1. But I suppose the main point is explaining what to me in practical terms mean. What it means in practical terms, that if I put an application in and I'm in an area of transformative, medium or limited change, what it actually means, what are you expecting me to do? So if I put an application in an area of transformative change, what does that mean? What are the policies I have to adhere to?
Thank you, sir. So, yes, character growth study, essentially, what does that mean in practice? So the map that you're looking at on 7.1, as you've just said, it essentially designates parts of the urban area of the borough for different levels of change, and that's justified in the character of growth study, which built on the work of the 2011 characterisation study, which we reviewed and updated and found just needed slight tweaks. And I guess the outcome of this whole study, to summarise it, is basically saying if in different areas there's different levels of change would be appropriate. The study then goes into talking about what kind of typologies would be appropriate for certain areas. So, for instance, if we had an area of, say, terraces in Edmonton Green, we might say that actually a medium level of change would be just infill, maybe some small flatted development, something like that. And that would be set out in that study. So essentially at the minute, it sits as an evidence base. It has a kind of library that you can cross-reference of typologies that would be appropriate. And the idea is that we would produce an SPD that would be digital first. So you would just kind of click on a map on your site, and then that would help inform what kind of, what might be the right design response to the character of that area, and in terms of density as well, because obviously it's linking into optimizing density in the borough as well. Just to give you an example of how this works in practice, we have had lots of examples of developers clocking onto this piece of evidence base and following that through, and seeing them discuss this in their design and access statements. So just thinking of one project in particular, they've used that as part of the justification to do quite an optimized scheme. So it is increasing the density of that site, but in a way that kind of follows the principles of the character of growth study. So the idea, so in summary, how this would affect the planning application, planners and the developer could point at this map, see what kind of typologies could be appropriate, and that would help inform that conversation and give Enfield more of a steer before pen is put to paper, basically.
Okay, thank you. You've mentioned those within the character growth study. It does drill things down. Yep. So the figure 7.1 was quite high level, but then this character growth study does, as you've mentioned, drills down to different character areas, typologies, metroland centres, urban centres, pre-Victorian gardens, city classic, suburban, etc. So the policy or the plan don't refer to those. I think it's just so the idea that they're not. You don't need to. You're saying you don't really need to mention those. They all fall within the broader categories of the transformative, even medium, low change, and the growth study provides enough information as to what it would be expecting in a metroland area, and it gives us clear steer. The policy doesn't. If the policy is sufficient in saying go and have a look at the character growth study.
Exactly, yeah. And if we look at the evidence base for character of growth, so that the map we're seeing in the plan it's really just a diagram that once you go into the study, you see a detailed borough level map with polygons with references that then link to a table which you can then cross-reference with, as you just said, sir, what is appropriate for a metroland centre, and that's not what's appropriate for a conservation area or do you know what I mean, a linear centre, yeah. So yeah, and as I said, the idea is that currently we've done a lot of that work, and the character growth study is has been set up, has been designed to be transferable into an SPD at some point, as in we've done a lot of the work up front, and that's why we'd like to put that into the policy now, just so there's that hook, so we can then build that design SPD off that.
Okay. I'm just starting to think about the terminology. So if you're looking at the transformative word I could say, it probably coincides. Obviously, some of it's down at Meridian Water and so on. But these areas where, and actually I see some sort of Romney Marsh with the employment allocations. So these are areas where there either isn't a particular typology or there's just an opportunity to do something that's fundamentally very different to what's there already, whereas limited change is very strong typologies with limited opportunity, like maybe only infill opportunities. So it's not, well, I suppose I'm trying to, the terminology might be seen as saying, you could infer, well, if you're in a limited change area, that's not, we don't want to see any change. What it means is we have a very strong character. It's a very strong character area, and we wouldn't want to see a divergence from that, particularly because it might automatically be harmful if you suddenly introduce something. But it's not about limited change, because you can still change the area. It's about maintaining the character.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes, so that's correct. So I think you've got it spot on, really. Yeah, so we're saying, for instance, if you look at site allocation 2.1, Southbury Leisure Park, which is currently a retail park, that is marked as transformation. So we've assessed that retail park typology as being not something we want to keep, and therefore a massive change such as the kind of allocation, what we've allocated would be appropriate. Whereas in Enfield Town, where we've got the conservation area, particularly those typologies around the pre-Victorian, such as Gentleman's Row, those kind of areas, we would that is such a strong character that we want to preserve that only limited change, such as infill or extensions,
or tall buildings. Or tall buildings, which, because there's
Well, actually, that one is over the Palace Gardens.
right, okay. Yeah.
Urban
Well,
centres, yeah. So it does go into that level of detail. It's not just saying all of Enfield Town. So we've tried to look at it quite granularly.
I think, I mean, it's only thinking out loud about whether or not the terminology might be slightly misleading, in that you're saying you can't have any change in these areas, or you can have a medium amount of change, but actually it's more about maintaining character, or you say it's being an opportunity to change character, because that character is not particularly in and of itself important. But I mean,
I think that's right, sir. And I think it will come through in the SPD in terms of its clarity, and our proposal to make a reference to an SPD in the written statement will avoid any confusion around what it actually means.
Okay. All right, we'll leave that there. On the only other thing you've suggested, modification to criterion 2D to include reference to healthy streets. This keeps coming up in various policies. I think eventually, I guess when we look at the raft of modifications, if it's important to include reference to healthy streets to ensure consistency with London Plan and or what's happening in Enfield generally, TfL and so on, then fine. We'll just work out where the most appropriate place or places to put it. I've no axe to grind about it in particular. It's just it keeps cropping up as an idea. It seems a reasonable idea, just where it needs to go. Okay, and then criterion 3, the only point I just picked up on this, it's the complying with principles secured by design, but I suppose, again, this probably secured by design is a very different, it's not quite the same as some random document that somebody else has produced. I mean, secured by design is a fairly standard approach. So, I mean, you could have got away with just all development should create safe and secure places. That's your policy. How you demonstrate that is up to you, and that could be by reference to secured by design, I think. But it's just how I would word policies, and how other people word policies is different. But yeah, I'm not no particular issue on that. Any comments on that one, Mr. West? Is it?
Only a minor one, sir. It occurred to me looking at Plan 7.1, where we're looking at limited change. They tie in fairly closely with the borough's conservation areas, but I didn't think that was made entirely clear in the text. And I just wondered if the sentence relating to the need to assess the implications of the conservation areas should have been added. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is, well, I say, it's like you've got two policies on heritage. So it's one of those difficult things, isn't it, about what do you include? I mean, as a strategic policy, one would hope and expect it to refer to heritage in general somewhere. Yeah, well, say including, complementing, referencing heritage and natural assets in context.
My thinking, sir, was just that sometimes people and developers are not entirely sure of the boundaries of conservation areas, and always drawing their attention to it is sometimes a good idea.
I mean, they should be on the policies map. I think, but actually, come to think of it, I don't think in D1 it's one of those things where I probably didn't pick up on it because it's not necessarily unsound because you've got all the policies on it, but I don't think there is a particular thing about heritage as a sort of concept. But you have got a strategic policy on heritage, so it's sort of, read the plan as a whole kind of thing.
That's right, D4 and D10 deal with that.
But thank you actually for picking it, just reminding me that figure 7.1, I can't remember if this is one of the ones where you picked up, is wrong because of the green belt. I mean, again, subject to my findings on the green belt and so on, which have not yet been set out, but as per your proposals, figure 7.1 is incorrect, isn't it? Because it's got the wrong green belt boundaries on it, I think. Well, Cruise Hill seems to be in the green belt still. But you may have already picked up on that. There's a whole list of maps you've identified errors with.
That's right.
Way back when, so,
we'll check that off to make sure.
But that's obviously subject to my other findings. So, yeah, I suppose somewhere on when we've got to this, might be one of the points Mr. West picked up where we need to look at the whole chapter and work out where if there are holes or broken links and connections between policies that might be better served. But Sorry, Mr. Kenny, did you want to say something? Your board's up.
Yes, so just on John's Enfield Society's point, sorry, Mr. West. Just with reference to figure 7.1, so that what conservation areas were a consideration in the drafting of that map of recommendations. So that is one of the reasons why they seem to map on quite closely. So if you want, if you read the evidence base, there's details on how that was taken into account. Thanks.
I'll make a note for my benefit about heritage and how this all flows through the chapter, and whether there's going to be any need just to flag it up here. Right, okay, there's no more on D1. I'll move on to, as I said, we'll move on to D5, which is strategic views, or views. It's a short policy, but there's quite a lot in it, I suppose. Just one first thing, the policy title is Strategic and Important Local Views, but I think from reading your evidence and from the document itself, there are no strategic views in Enfield, so is that a slightly misleading policy title as far as it goes?
Yes, sir, we can definitely look to review that under your direction.
Whether it's soundness or not, I don't know, but it's just there, isn't it? And then I asked about whether the views that have been identified in Table 7.1 and Figure 7.2 on the policy map are justified. I think you've said that the views have been carried forward from the existing local plan. So during that, I took it from what you've said that there's been no reassessment of views from the previous local plan. There's been no further work that's been carried out to see if those views are still, important. I guess things could have changed, as in things have happened on the ground which erode those views, or indeed things have become more important over time. Is that how it was, to just carry them forward and no other work?
Yes, sir. So we did carry them forward, and there wasn't a specific assessment of where those views still important, as you say. We did carry out a review of the 2011 characterisation study, which looked at essentially to look at, is it still a valid piece of evidence, and how much development has occurred in the borough since then, and do we need to commission a new study, for instance, for that. And I guess one of the things that would impact on views quite substantially would be if there's a huge change in the borough, say like a huge redevelopment of a massive regeneration project completing, therefore blocking a view, or something like that. And I think through the review of that 2011 study, we determined that there has been change in the borough since then, but it hasn't been of the scale that would have an impact, that we need to review that entire evidence base. So we were content that the important local views as identified before were okay to carry forward. And obviously that was justified by the 2013 tall building important local views study, which we reviewed as well, and we're happy with those views assessments. Not the tall buildings part, but yeah.
Okay, so we'll come on to the effect of tall buildings on perhaps these views tomorrow. Maybe what the policy says today. Yes, I mean, on one hand, fair point. If nothing's changed, then because it's not like a view is a view, and so has anything impeded that view, which would erode its quality? I suppose by the other token, if you were looking to think, right, let's start, are there any other views? Is it also the same sort of point with the way around? If that view wasn't identified in 2011 as being important enough to include in the plan, is there anything that could have changed in the intervening period that would have actually make it important, if you know what I mean? So obviously, you're aware that representations have been made to say, what about this view? What about this view? What about this view? the extent that they're, would these, in broad terms, not wanting to get down to necessarily the individual views, but with broad terms, when you looked at the study in 2011, have considered those and concluded, well, they weren't important enough or met the criteria back then. And I guess by the same time, what would have changed? And if nothing's changed, then nothing's changed.
So I think in that review of that evidence base, we were content that the views that we brought forward are that there wasn't enough change and that we hadn't missed out any additional views.
To introduce any new ones or anything like, because, and by the same token, when you had reps, Reg 19 or even before perhaps, what did you do to assess whether or not those views would meet whatever criteria, I guess, was established by the 2011 study? Did you do that, or did you just say, well, actually, they're not in the 2011 study, so they don't meet the criteria? Full stop.
Our approach was to use the 2013 and 2011 studies as the basis for what these views were that are put forward in the plan, and solely that. Thanks.
Is there any criteria for what constitutes a locally important view? As in, if you were to identify, somebody was identifying different views, that you could run down some form of checklist and say whether it meets these and therefore is justified but to be protected by the policy, or is it a matter of planning judgment ultimately?
So I guess in terms of the evidence base that we've relied on, the 2013 study and 2011 does set that out, and it is also, it is a matter of judgment. What constitutes that view as well. I mean, in that evidence base, the study talks about the importance of long views over the borough, views towards the city from the Ridgeway, and that kind of connect those, I guess, like a criteria of points that talk about that is set out in that evidence. I think I would also just point out as well that it isn't designed to be an exhaustive list of every view in the borough that is of importance. Like, we also have the conservation area character appraisals and other work that's done for many developments and projects. So we see this as a starting point as well, and any major scheme that could have a strategic impact, such as Reading Water or some of the South Priest sites or SA 1.1 in Palace Gardens in Enfield Town, that we wouldn't just rely on these views and say that that's everything. So there is also a point of a process of discovery through applications and assessing everything on a site-by-site basis. So.
Thank you. Yeah, so in criterion 1, the 12 identified views could be supplemented by shorter distance local views as identified by conservation area appraisals and supplementary planning documents, or identified as to any other. So it can be a site-by-site assessment.
Yes, and I think it's also worth noting that we, as part of the character growth study, and we'll get into this more tomorrow, I think, but we did a huge number of views analysis using ViewCity and other and site visits, etc., which has created quite a large bank of views that we have essentially to hand that we can use to start assessing applications in an area. So, for instance, if we have a new developer come forward with a site in Edmonton, Angel Edmonton, we can quite easily share a essentially, it's just an Excel file that allows us to have a whole point of views. Those aren't marked in this study, and they're not necessarily noted as important local views, but I think it's just, we do have that process of it's not just these views we have to work, it's anything that emerges and other bits of evidence are submitted as well.
Okay, right. Well, perhaps think about that when we talk about the effectiveness of the policy. And again, it's always with these things, isn't it? It's not being sufficiently open and clear, is the word, I suppose, about what it is the council is going to expect. So if there are a series of views that are considered important to an extent, but not important enough to identify in your policies map, that might be fine, but it needs to be made clear that that bank of maybe needs to be made clear that information exists, and you'll consider it. But perhaps we'll look at that when it comes to the wording. But as you say, I know it doesn't necessarily limit consideration of this policy to what's listed in the table. Maybe that's one for the interested parties to determine whether or not that provides a sufficient degree of comfort, but we'll come on to that in a moment. Sorry, looking at my questions. I asked about, so criterion 1 is about positively contributing to the setting and integrity of long distance and important views, which could be defined by various things. Then criterion 2, we'll just come on to the procedural element in a second, but the substantive point of criterion 2 is that development will only be supported where applicant can demonstrate that it does not harm or obstruct the views identified. And then criterion 3, where appropriate, opportunities to create new attractive views and vistas should be explored. Fine. But are criteria 1 and 2 slightly pulling in different directions as to what it is you're seeking to achieve? Criterion 1 is you must positively contribute. That's a positive contribution. That seems like a improvement, not just neutral. Criterion 2 is we're going to only support it where it doesn't result in harm, but not result in neutral. It's neutral, isn't it? So it doesn't necessarily positively contribute. So I suppose what is the actual outcome? Is it avoiding harm or improving views? Or am I being overly...
No, I see your point, sir. I think the approach must be, I asked rhetorically, that number 1 is a supporting policy and number 2 is a requirement policy, because that way it makes sense. Otherwise, as you say, there's a restrictive requirement which is at a lower level than at a higher level than the supporting requirement.
In terms of how we've been talking about this over the last few days, a policy, it will weigh in the planning balance in favour of development if it's possible to contribute positively to the setting. No reason necessarily why it can't in principle, but if it results in harm, it will be refused. There's a general, and again, I'm not sure to what extent this really matters in the great scheme of things. Clearly, each policy is read on its own. Language flits in the plan between things like will be resisted if it doesn't do this, and then this one's will only be supported if. It's slightly change. There's subtle, nuanced ways in which some of this is described. Sometimes perhaps it's more forceful and strong. I don't know whether if the intention is here that development where development would result in unacceptable harm or obstruct the views identified, it will be refused. is a more strong and clear position than development will only be supported where, I would say, and you've got plenty of policies where you do have that very clear, well, I've just said one in DE1, very clear it will be refused. I don't know if it's meant to all be the same, or there is some subtle nuance there. It might all amount to the same thing, in which case the language doesn't need to be changed necessarily. It's just one of those things I keep, picking up different ways of addressing things, and sometimes I do wonder when things are drafted differently, it might just be coincidence or different people drafting them, and it's literally that, or it might be there is a reason for it.
So we'll certainly come onto those when we get to the relevant parts, because I suspect there's going to be a differential approach depending on which policies we're dealing with. But in terms of DE5, that change does need to be.
Yeah, I think that it needs to be. There's a tweak there needed anyway to make sure that there isn't any pulling in different directions. And I suppose if the wording in 2 was made more brought into line with, say, DE1, that kind of very clear wording, that might also provide a bit more comfort, because it's actually a very clear steer. It's not a sort of not Weasley, it's sort of slightly, well, we'll only support it if you do this, but this is what you're going to do. So, okay, there's an action there anyway, I think. I think I did say in the question, is it always acceptable to sort of not support anything that obstructs the view? And I think you've accepted that. I think my point is, it's about unacceptable harm, isn't it? And yes, if you put something in a view, it's going to obstruct it, but there's a scale of harm there. So I think it's always about recognising that it's not a complete moratorium on development within a view. Not least it'd be impossible for this plan to do that, bearing in mind how many allocations you've got that might be in views. But recognising that there's a degree of harm that's going to be caused by it, and I think that's all I was trying to get at. It's unacceptable harm or unacceptable degree of obstruction or something like that. So it's clear there is a judgment to be made. It's not just a yes/no binary. There's a development in the view. No, it's the harm it causes. So that's fine. And then I think my other point about this criterion 2 was this procedural issue about this view city stuff, and quite a lot of procedural issues. There's already, we're going to come on to DE2. There's a lot of that in DE2 already. And I think you've said that such references should probably be set out in supporting text anyway, and I would agree with that. I don't think they necessarily policy. So I think, action there to take out all that procedural stuff if it's needed anyway. But if it is needed, it's in D2. But we'll come on to that because I've clearly got some issues about that. So an action there as well. We're just going to take it. Okay, that's me on that. So I'll open it up. I think there's two points, I think, from your side of the table, if you like. It was one, to the degree to which you've concerns about what the policy says, because the policy might be, actually, we quite like the policy, we don't want to cause harm to views, but your concern is it doesn't identify all the views, or are there actually issues with the policy itself? So, Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the issue, I think, is the views. I'm struggling to understand why the local plan obviously has got a lot of development proposals. Some of them affect greenbelt land. Table 7.1, the summary of locations, was obviously done a long time before the plan was put together. And there are some really critical views. If you take Trent Park, which is a historic country park, you've got the views from the southeast there towards the town, towards the spire of St Mary's Church. You've got views from Cruise Hill. You've got views really along the Merry Hills Brook, which is another important one. Christmas cards of Enfield often feature on those particular views. So they are significant and the main viewing points, but obviously they're not included. And it would have been good in the plan to have actually seen some reference to those views. I may be missing the point, but we seem to be using an out-of-date study of local views.
Just on that, those views presumably existed in 2011 and 2013 when these studies were done. So the council, that's why I asked about whether or not the views that you were that you've identified and others have identified were considered, because until something happens to the world, the views would have been the views. So yes. I was trying to ascertain whether or not there'd been some assessment of those views and they were, for whatever reason, determined not to be included in the policy that's in the current plan, because obviously we've just carried it forward. So hopefully the council can address that point. But the views exist, clearly. They're already there. So they've already been, in theory, there's been the ability for the council to assess whether they're sufficiently important to include in the plan. I suppose one other point there is the extent to which the allocations, should they be soundly based, create what I was trying, again, the other thing I was trying to get at, what's changed? So do they create a change, a fundamental change, that might result in some change in approach? So that's the other thing for, I think, the council to consider there as well. So thank you. And Mr. DeVos.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it would be helpful to understand or to have a clear statement on the methodology used for this, and that, by the sounds of it, it is largely planning judgment. And then, secondly, what does it actually mean? Because when I look at sort of the that figure 7.1 of the important views, there are 8 on the Ridgeway, but that doesn't stop the Cruise Hill and Chase Park developments or allocations. And then the largest traveller site is going to be smack in the middle of those 8 important views. So it's unclear to me, what does it mean in practice?
Okay. Quite okay. The traveller site, again, I know there's consultation on it, it's outside the scope of this plan. Well, the point being that there is proposed development within the views. So how does that work in practice? I think we'll have a similar question actually when it comes to DE11 as well, and landscape areas of special character. Not to say don't want to drill down to the individual allocation. We've talked about those, but it's more about how do these policies apply to allocations? I suppose the one question is, do they? And you say if it's a case of they don't apply to allocations, that probably should be made clear. If that was the council's position, my next question would be: is that justified and appropriate in principle? I've seen nothing so far that suggests that. So I think it's fair to say, well, okay, if you've allocated land within the views, how do you expect them to, in principle, to be dealt with? Because clearly there will be a degree of change to that view. That's inevitable. So thank you for that. And then your point, obviously, about methodology as well needs to be just covered. Just taking Mr. DeVos's point that bit further as well, when the council responded, is the policy sufficiently clear about how large-scale change, potential large-scale change within views will be dealt with? It reads very much as if you like, a normal development, nothing wrong with it, a normal development control policy. You've got all these views, but it sort of is written in a way which is not mindful of the potential for change in those views and where you've actually proposed change in those views. So. Yes,
the plan needs to be read as a whole, and it will need to be read in accordance with the fact that there are allocations, if they are endorsed as part of this process, coming forward in the future. As to whether that's necessary to be included within DE5 or is implicit in the existence of them, because the restrictions in DE5 will only apply to the extent that they can apply in circumstances where a development is proposed, or whether it's right to make a specific reference is really a matter of judgment. And there wouldn't be any particular difficulty with making reference to the existence of allocations within DE5 and for the restrictions to be considered alongside those allocations.
I suppose the point is if is if the assessment of criterion 2, and I would, as drafted, but it's going to have to be tweaked, whether they result in unacceptable harm, and part of consideration of harm is the degree to which those views are obstructed, is whether or not, clearly some of these allocations will inevitably obstruct those views to a significant degree, and whether that has been taken into account. I.e., if you're talking about a development of a certain scale, it may be clearly, and there's master planning to be done on some of these. Just thinking about, your position might be, not want to put words in your mouth, there's sufficient scale and scope to lay out these schemes in such a way that minimises the effect on views. Wait to see for a plan application for that, I suppose. But if that's not the case, and there's an inevitable degree of harm, then have you take, and we go back to the, I don't want to talk about every individual allocation, but because we talked about it, so the degree to which the council has, if you like, registered that harm already, factored that in, and therefore that's a different starting point, a different baseline, I suppose, in consideration of DE5 than if you were talking about a view where you've not proposed anything, and somebody's coming in with a windfall scheme out of nowhere, you've never contemplated it, and that might be a different discussion, because you've got a different starting point. I don't know.
Yes, we obviously made reference and dealt with the issues around some of the views that related to particular allocations in stage 2. And have indicated the extent to which those matters have already been taken into account and the extent to which they're justified in the ultimate conclusion as to whether or not those sites should come forward. So the question really is how the existence of those allocations features or relates to the terms of DE5. And given the existence of very significant allocations with the potential for effects, one wouldn't want to be in a situation where the principle of those allocations is undermined, particularly given the conclusions that will have been reached about the appropriateness of those allocations, undermined by DE5. So DE5 on the face of it should make reference to the existence of those allocations as part of the... Should make reference to those, so that at least it's clear that the principle of those allocations is accepted and the protections under DE5 are to be looked at in the light of those allocations.
Does that undermine in any way, not for all views, any particular views in the plan? I.e., by virtue of the fact that you are proposing development in these areas, and that you say you've taken account of this in your deliberations, your judgment, we've talked about those, that actually then it does mean that some of these views are not as important, or will be, or I suppose in the fullness of time, once development has taken place, they won't be as important anymore because they will be obstructed.
It's less that they won't be regarded as important, it's more that they need to be considered carefully in the developments that are the subject of the allocations. So it will be the accommodation of those views in the light of the developments that are proposed. That's how it would have to be recognised.
So the views become one of the myriad of things that
Yes, and
promoters will have to consider in any plan application or master plan.
Exactly
as long as well as many other things. That
exactly so.
Accommodating those views as best.
Yes.
Especially. So if I'm looking at it from another perspective, this policy would give the council some ability to, again, drive layout, because of the nature of there's an important view here we want to have regard to it.
Exactly so. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry if I may as well, as we, just looking at the views as well, these are borough-wide views generally. So, looking at views across the borough, so how do we locate centres and navigate the borough as a place. And looking, for instance, views number 2 and 9 are both towards Enfield Town as the centre. So I think, going off what you were saying earlier, obviously there's quite a lot of our site allocations do fall within those views, and we, through working out the capacities and the potential heights for tall buildings, did consider those longer views as well. So we have taken that into account when allocating sites. And in terms of would this be a consideration in the planning application? Yes, but obviously not as much as, say, the shorter term views that might be discovered through the process or coming through a conservation area appraisal. Yes, thanks.
Okay, and picking up on both Mr. West's and Mr. DeVos's points about, well, the similar points about how, well, Mr. DeVos is more about general methodology and approach, and I know, say, you've explained it's in mainly from 2011 study, 2013 or 15 study, and the current local plan, and carrying those forward. So that's the methodology, ultimately. I suppose the question mark from Mr. Voss's point of view as to whether that's appropriate. And then Mr. West, you know, as I say, identified these other views. I guess, you know, your response to those and how they, why were they not sufficiently important if they've been considered before, or whether we considered before, or would you, from what you've said, would the issues relating to those views be able to be picked up through planning applications?
Yes, I'm just refamiliarising myself with our with that methodology. So yeah, how that was carried out. Obviously, the 2011 study did identify lots of important views. Views to be considered in the character of Enfield. That was then site visits were carried out, photography undertaken to assess if those should be carried forward into these important views, which, as I said, are the kind of longer, more strategic views of the borough. Not strategic, sorry, just borough-wide, if you get what I mean. In terms of the methodology, that's what we've based that on, and didn't think that needed to be updated or additional photography carried out or site visit. I guess just because, as we've already discussed, we feel that these can be managed within the kind of development management framework and the whole plan, as Mr. Reid mentions. In terms of Mr. DeVos's point about, I think, the Ridgeway site and the view along there, I think it's worth noting that is a kinetic view running along the Ridgeway, so it's that experience of travelling into the city, catching those glimpses of London across through the hills and the road. So obviously that we've drawn that as lots of different little views to try and get that across, that it's not just one point, it's more of a kinetic experience. So I guess how would that be determined? Obviously there's lots of different points along that route where you would see buildings, there's not one particular viewpoint to be obstructed, and that was how we would consider that particular view.
Thank you. Just to think about that again, just think, because I suppose the psychological, when you talk about important views, it's all, you know, it might be it's always about rolling hills and open countryside and so on. But you say some of this are these views of, as you say, you can see in central London, you can see the change. So it is the built form as well as the and heritage as well as the open countryside. And so on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we just get the picture up. Yeah, I mean, it is talking about spectacular and extensive range of long-distance views in all directions. Views include those looking towards the city, and I think if you experience that journey yourself, it is remarkable. So, yeah, it is about built form as well and the connection there. It's not just. It's a lovely bit of landscape. It's about that connection to the city as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other points you want to make? You're not going to reach an agreement about any of these things today. I'll go away and think about what might need to be considered as a whole on this, because I think there are some issues for me about the relationships between all these things, but again, it's got to be looked at in the round rather than individual. And maybe the other thing I'm looking at, I'll put it not as an action now, but I'll flag it as something I'm thinking about, is this idea about there being other views and how that is, that might be perfectly legitimate. It'd be sort of odd to say, to close your minds to any other local characteristics or anything like that, but how we make sure how the policy is absolutely clear about this and how it can be expressed. I mean, it says it in criterion 1, but I'm not sure whether it quite provides the right comfort and clarity to applicants as much as anything else, that this isn't the only, these 12 things aren't the only thing we're thinking about here.
Sure, omission point. So, and if it's necessary to make provision for the potential for other important local views that as yet haven't been identified in respect of any particular development.
Yeah, and then ultimately, when you get back to first principles, what's in a view, it comes down to whether it's in this list or not, or classed as a view. If it results in harm to character and appearance, then it results in harm to character and appearance or landscape. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be tied back to a view or anything like that. I mean, I think this policy probably you've got some important local views, fine. But I think it stems from the London plan, doesn't it? It's a London plan expectation, I think, for councils to identify important views. So it's one of those things where you kind of have been required to do it, so you've done it. Does it make any, does it undermine anything in the great scheme of things? I think, again, the unintended consequence of a policy is it makes people think they're the only important things, and so you focus on these and lose sight of the fact that actually there's a bigger picture here, which is covered anyway. Okay, so fine, thank you for that. And then I'll move on then to DE11. As I say, I'm just flagging. I want to flag up. There might be some things I'll come back on DE5. So landscape. I think it's called landscape. DE11. Landscape design, I should say. So, and I asked for a map to be provided just to help me and help the discussion if need be as to where the area, particularly where the areas of special character are. Just on that first point, I did ask about whether or not it's clear to what because the policy refers to areas of special character and other places. We'll talk about that. But I asked whether it's clear as to the location or extent of the areas of special character and how have they been identified. Your response is that the areas of special character are on the policies map, and I have to say I've struggled to find they may well be on your existing policies map. I struggled to find them on the submission policies map with the plan. Certainly not on the key. So first question is, and I do know from reps, actually, from representation and from statements that other people have said they're not on the policies map. So just some clarity, are they?
Thank you, sir. You are correct. They are on the current policies map. I think we made an error when responding. We were referring to the current policies map. They were accidentally missed off the new policies map, but it is the intention that they are continued and remain on the new policies map.
Okay, well, I was in action there then. Although, technically speaking, as Mr. Reid will know, I don't make modifications to the policies map. I'm not allowed, but I will be pointing out there needs to be a change to make DE11 effective. So that doesn't need to be in action. So that's that then. So we know that there is an omission there. My other point on that was whether or not the areas of special character have been justified, and in terms of justification, referred me to the 2013 report, which I guess is the one we've just been talking about as well, perhaps, or somewhat similar. And a similar point related to the one we've just been talking about with views. There's been no, these have been carried forward. This must be a long-standing allocation or designation, I should say. And so you've carried that forward. You've not reassessed whether or not the boundaries and whether or not the area as a whole still constitutes area of special character. Is that the case? You just carried it forward?
That's correct, sir. So they have been carried forward from the existing adopted plan. There hasn't been a specific reassessment of areas of special character. However, we would say that there are more recent studies which have looked at Enfield Chase as a whole due to the Landscape Recovery Project, which has carried out a heritage landscape assessment, and that broadly aligns to the area and the boundaries and continues to suggest that it is an area of special character.
The same point then, where you said more recent studies have identified, or at least confirmed, that the area, particularly Enfield Chase, is still appropriate to be designated as such. We've said, we've obviously talked about the allocations, and again, landscape issues came up in those allocations. I don't want to necessarily get into those individual merits of those. But in terms of the designation of area of special character, clearly there are a number, well, all of the, well, I think barring maybe one greenbelt allocation, all fall within areas of special character. So in terms of, there's twofold question really. One is, once this plan has been implemented, do these areas cease to be areas of special character? Because obviously this policy will apply presumably beyond those developments being delivered. So is it appropriate for them to, for the designate, not that whether or not it's appropriate for those sites to be allocated, and that's another question, but is it appropriate for the area of special character to still overlay these areas? But then the second point, allied to that, similar point to, again, what we've just been talking about with views, is that if this policy is expected to apply to those areas, then, you know, how, in broad terms, are the criteria going to be considered? And are they going to be considered differently for, say, Cruise Hill or Chase Park or Hadley Wood, which are all in areas of special character, to some windfall development? You know, is there sort of a different baseline position on effects? I mean, is it possible, in effect, to, you know, deliver those allocations and deliver DE11?
We believe it is. Essentially, what areas of special character identifies are non-designated heritage assets. So we would just expect the applicant to follow the usual route in identifying any impact to these non-designated heritage assets and ensure to mitigate any harm. So in that respect, they are still applicable and do still apply through that process.
So in terms of the wording of DE11, DE11 requires various elements to be taken into account as part of a development proposal. So they're not preclusive or determinative of a particular position. So, for example, if there's an effect on some particular part of the area of special character, the policy doesn't prevent development within it, if when considered as a whole, the various issues have been taken into account. So it's capable, in short, this policy is capable, in short, of being read and accommodating any allocation.
Okay. Okay. So there's nothing in here which says what constitutes unacceptable development in an area of special character. More that these are the things that you'll have to have regard to. And one assumes that if you don't have regard to some of these things, or to the extent that it again results in harm, presumably from another policy, actually, your general policy, then that would be sufficient to render it unacceptable.
Yes. If you look, for example, at criterion 2, it says where the impacts are likely to be significant, an assessment of the potential impact of the proposed development on the borough's landscape would be required, taking account of various issues. And then all developments would be expected to provide a high quality, comprehensive and soft landscape, for example. And then under the areas of special character, restore, conserve and enhance, and then but in the context of it being taken into account in the first 2 lines of criterion 1.
So again, under criterion 2, it talks about measures to mitigate or minimise any adverse impacts, e.g. cumulative.
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Yes.
Well, I know what that means, but I don't know. It's not very helpful. Not doing a great deal. But so again, logically, if a development cannot minimise or mitigate any adverse impacts, then it, or all adverse impacts, I guess, then it would be contrary to policy. Okay. All right. I'll think about that a bit more. In terms of not necessarily just related to the allocations, but obviously it'll have a bearing on it. We did talk about this in the allocation sessions. In the context of paragraph, let me make sure I get the right paragraph because they keep changing. 180, this is the 2023 framework, 180A, protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, is the extent to which it is taken that the areas of special character, and I'll come on to what the other things it talks about, but the areas of special character are, as far as Enfield is concerned, valued landscapes, because that is important, as when you get to development management type and appeal type situations, so to understand that is this a valued landscape in the context of the framework.
Yes, I'd leave, perhaps Ms Polaris will have a view on this, but as a matter of principle, if something is identified as being an area of special character, it would be difficult to suggest that it isn't within paragraph 180A.
Yeah, I mean, my question does actually, Miss may go without saying, but
yes, in the
yes, they may go without saying, but I just wanted to double check because it might well be that for the absolute avoidance of doubt, because is that some reference to that, even perhaps in the supporting text, is made clear that as far as that in the context, because it is a different, when you come to an application or consider an application, it is a different issue, isn't it? If you're invoking 180A, at least in terms of in a manner commensurate with their strategy traits are identified in the quality and the development plan. So it has got it does mean they've got a higher level. So maybe something to that effect in the supporting text, if it's not absolutely clear. The other point then on the valued landscape issue is proposals will be expected to take account of and other areas of landscape character, including river valleys of Salmons, Turkey and Pims Brook, and restore, conserve and enhance. And actually there might be so those other areas of landscape, are they also, which are not defined, and not unless they are sort of fall within the areas of special character from a geography perspective, but if they're outside the areas of special character and they are something else, are these also meant to be classed as valued landscapes? And is it clear what those are? Because the river valleys are examples. So is it if thinking about 180A, areas of special character allocated, designated in the product, very clear. Then you've got this other amorphous group of landscapes where you've kind of given some examples, but that's not an exhaustive list. So how would anyone know what they are and what level of protection they're being given in MPPF terms?
Again, Ms Polaris may have some views on this, but there is a distinction to be drawn in respect of the areas of landscape character and areas of special character in the context of 180A. Insofar as 180A is looking at a valued landscape, and in general terms, as you know, so in the appeal context, is looking at an area, whereas at a reasonably substantial area. like the areas of special character. And it may be at one level, but whilst criterion 1 talks about areas of landscape character as a different form, that it's when one drills down to what it's looking at, including river valleys like the Salmon Turkey and Pym's Brooks, that those are too small to be regarded as within the scope of 180A, yet nevertheless sufficient to be protected under DE11. So it wouldn't follow necessarily that they're within the MPPF scope. Hence why I think if, so you're thinking whether there should be a reference within, say, the written statement to 180A, that may prove difficult if one's looking at the specifics of those areas of landscape character.
You're saying it would prove difficult? Yeah.
It may.
I mean, are you saying that thinking of an appeal situation, that while there'd be no question that areas of special character do fall within that, the others would be matters of judgment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if I may add, we feel also that actually what we were trying to do there by referencing these landscapes is recognising the importance of the historic rural environment, and therefore potentially what we could do to just ensure that we make that clear and that it better aligns to the MPPF on historic environments is actually highlight the fact that we recognise that the borough is rich in, you know, this natural heritage and these historic rural environments that we do want protecting. And so potentially, you know, they don't have a designation as an area of special character, but in fact they are an important character as part of that historic environment.
Okay. So I don't want to necessarily, I want to diminish the importance of them. I just want to make, is it clear how they're going to be treated? That's the main thing. So again, it may be explaining all of this in the supporting text, you know, that areas of special character are valued landscapes in PMOZT. There are other areas that are small but may well be considered that based on their individual characteristics and so on, and then it might be a matter of planning judgment as to whether they fall into that category. Clearly they would, if as not designated in the development plan, they would be right at the bottom end, I suppose, of any scale. But maybe there's ways around that. But I think it's one for me to think about, and whether or not there's any other way that these sorts of other areas could be identified. Because as I say, lists become problematic. The includings are very, can be helpful, but then it's what you're missing out, and if it's not clear to anyone how those areas which aren't in the list would be identified, like some kind of broad criteria or feature or characteristic, then it makes it very difficult for anyone to implement the policy, because you can just make it up as you go along and say, well, we've decided today that's not very fair on the applicants or decision makers. Or it just boils down to everyone just assumes it's those 4 river valleys and that's it, and nobody ever thinks of anything else. So I think there might just be a need to way of describing these areas, perhaps in the supporting text, more broadly about what characteristics you are looking at. So it might be historic, features of historic, or however the river valleys have been identified, if there are other areas of historic environment that are key. Just so someone's got a clue as to what it is that you're going to use to define them.
Thank you. So we can certainly look at that and put some more information in supporting text. Potentially what we can also do is recognise the fact that often it's the development process that identifies any special characteristics, and that we will always be willing to kind of review that and look at it. So that you're right that it's not going to be just the definitive list as currently identified. Thank you.
I think it's an action there, and it may be taking out those examples in the policy, because they become a rod for your own back, in my view. I don't have a general rule of thumb. I don't like examples in policies, because for this exact reason, it becomes unhelpful. Put it in the supporting text. So there are other areas of landscape character, and then the supporting text can explain what it might give you the examples, but also the kinds of characteristics you're looking at, which might also fall into that category. But as you say, it may well be something that's identified on a case-by-case basis, recognising that it won't be have the same level of protection as something you've defined. Okay, so action there. Thanks. And I've said about, I think somewhere it does need to refer to the MPPF, but perhaps not being so, it only defines area of special character, but basically they are on it, and then, but otherwise it might cause some confusion or argument. In terms of my other points, covered that. Arguably pedantry, but it is something that's just noticed when I was preparing for today. But I think it's not really pedantry, I think it's important. The end of the first paragraph, restore, conserve and enhance. I think it should be restore or enhance. And they say these things seem quite minor, but they're actually quite important to get that right. So I think there's an action, just change that to or. And then, that's that. And then we've talked about situations where development would not be considered acceptable. So we're talking about and we've confirmed that DE11 wouldn't be set aside for when dealing with allocations within the area of special character. It's just like views, it's another factor they have to bear in mind and have regard to and address. Okay, fine. Another thing for me to consider, again, just to obviously, going back to stage 2, I've not come to any views on those yet. The effects on landscape is part of my consideration on those. So
Quite so.
Just so that that's not been put to bed.
No, no, it's not. It's certainly not assumed.
Again, I think on criterion 2, I asked about procedural elements. I think if there are any, they could be put in supporting text, but I'm not overly concerned. It's probably quite harmless. So. Yeah, so actually I'm okay with criterion 2. Criterion 3, he suggested some cross-references. So again, this is required to expect all development to provide a high-quality, comprehensive yeah, I think there's some elements in criterion 3 which seem general. They're not just about landscape design. They're sort of applied to all kinds of development everywhere. Some are very specific to landscape design. It's a bit of a mix and match approach. Perhaps it's one of those situations where it may not be overly problematic to have that. So the main thing is I'm not sure it contradicts anything else. It does seem to repeat what's in BG1 and BG10. So when we talk about those policies, we can perhaps do some checking back to see whether there's sort of unnecessary overlap and duplication. I mean, I don't think what the policy is saying is wrong or harmful. It's just whether it starts to step on other policies' toes and say slightly different things. And I think, so I kind of raised issues about other policies, including RE1, because it seemed to have a significant overlap with RE1. You've actually suggested deleting RE1, so if I accept that, then that goes away anyway. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. But I think that's all I have, really. I mean, I think, again, I suspect the issues are more about the identification of the areas and the strength of protection rather than some of the principles that was played. Mr. De Vos first, and your signs first.
Thank you. it's about the opening paragraph under 1, where it talks about the restore, conserve and enhance, and I know that you had some comments on that, but MPPF 180A talks about protect and enhance. Now, I'm obviously not a planning professional, but my understanding was that there is a difference between conserving and protecting, with conserving being the sustainable use and management, whereas protecting is to safeguard from harm. So the MPPF talks about protect. So I'm wondering whether that first paragraph of DE11 should mention the word protect. I noticed that the plan does use protect in policy BG5, so I wasn't sure whether that's on Greenbelt and Mole. I don't know whether it was a deliberate choice to not mention it here, but it would be inconsistent with the MPPF.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that sometimes conserve and protect are used interchangeably, but whether that's correct or not is a fair point. But I think they are often. But also a fair point on BG5, because the quirk, I suppose, of Enfield is that quite often Greenbelt in places doesn't coincide with areas of particular special character of landscape or conservation area. It's just Greenbelt. And so, whereas Enfield, they're pretty much overlaid on each other. So you have this quirk where the Greenbelt policy steps very much onto the landscape policy because they're the same, covering the same issues. So, but I think it's a fair point. If one says protect, one says conserve, then there is some kind of fundamental difference. At least let's be consistent about it. Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you raised the point, in fact, that on the policies map, it's still quite difficult to actually follow the lines of the area of special character. There's a few places, Enfield Road, the roads land south of Enfield Road, along the railway line in Cruise Hill, where it's very difficult to follow because there's so many lines and sometimes there's gaps. There really does, I think, need to be some clarification on it. And to be helpful, if I can just draw people's attention, we did submit in our evidence statement, and there was a copy of the map that M-Plan, the consultants, produced for stage 2, which actually very clearly shows the area of special character with a green line. And somewhere in the policy, it would be good to see that clearly designated, because it's not at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, yes, it's a perennial problem of how policies maps have to show so many things. You're obliged, there's a phrase somewhere in the regulations about this, to anything with a geographical extent needs to be identified on the policies map. And I've got a question about a policy coming up somewhere, it escapes me where, I've said, should this be on the policy map? The council said, no, it's too difficult to see, and it may well be tough. You've got to put it on the policies map. So it's very difficult. I do wonder in that context then whether actually you've got plenty of inset maps, just for a matter of general help. The plan might benefit from a figure showing the area of special character.
Yes, understood.
That might be helpful.
Thank you. So that would certainly be helpful, because I think developers would struggle to follow it.
Yeah, just to supplement the policies map, because it does fall into what you've got on some other policies as well. So it's not out with the principle, is it? So I think an action on including an inset map would be helpful. There's a point actually, Mr. West, in your statement I didn't quite get. So you perhaps should just explain to me. It may be that you. I may have misunderstood something. It says in your statement that you're concerned that the splitting up of designations into smaller parcels could have some weakening of it. I wasn't quite sure, because when I asked for the map, because it wasn't on the policies map, it doesn't look to me like the policy. It is split up into smaller parcels, so I wasn't quite sure what the concern was.
I think it was simply that we were keen that there was no sort of splitting it up into separate little bits that people wouldn't actually understand. That was all.
But it's not how the policy is expressed or the map shown. So,
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, that was a little bit unclear.
No, fine. I just wanted to make sure I'd not misunderstood something. Thank you for that, yeah. Yes, so any comment? I mean, I think, the framework does say protect, to be fair. So,
It does. So,
yeah.
it does. As to whether there's really any distinction between conserve and protect, in the light of what we've described, or in the light of the way in which we've described the position within the policy, which refers to restore, conserve, and enhance. Whether there's ever really any difference between that and protect is moot. But so, if you want to have it in there rather than the use of one or more of those words, the council wouldn't have any objection to.
I think we can look back at this, see what BG5 says, and if it's, you know, how all these things change, if they need to change to ensure consistency. I'm also minded that occasionally preserve is also used interchangeably with conserve and protect as well, and even statutory things on this heritage assets. Statute is conserve or enhance, and then the MPPF talks about, I think, either preserve or enhance or protect and enhance. So, you know, even we can't get it right, government can't get it right between different things. So the point is taken. I suspect the reality is that there's not meant to be a difference. So the question will be whether there's any doubt that it causes.
So one thing I would say is that, and it goes back to what we talked about earlier on in terms of the allocations, that of course, as I said, they need to be taken into account. These policies need to be taken into account when assessing those allocations. But the allocation shouldn't be regarded as in some way being prevented from their essential principles being achieved by virtue of DE11. And if what Mr. De Vos wants is protection in the sense of no development within them, by virtue of such a reference, obviously that's not something that we would agree with, and conserve may well be a better approach. And there isn't, whilst it's right that areas of special character will be valued landscapes, as we said earlier on, other aspects won't be. And this policy isn't designed to reflect the valued landscape provisions of 180A. And those will all be taken into account in the light of the policies as we have them. We're proposing policies in respect of our plan. So on balance, you may well think that it would be inappropriate to have protect in that way.
Okay. As with DE5, I'm going to think about how clearly it would be an odd thing for the plan. I mean, whether you agree with the allocations or not, it would be an odd thing for the plan to have a policy which said allocate development here, and then another policy says you can't have development here. So it would be an odd thing to do that. I do think maybe, I'm wondering out loud, whether the fact when you've got protectionist or conservationist, wrong word, policies, where they would interact with allocations, whether it's the allocation policies or these policies just need to be at least set out how the council is going to reflect on that. So again, there should be no implication that because D11 says even conserve, that means no development. But it does mean, but similarly, it doesn't mean that you can do what you want. And that you should have no regard to these areas. And as I say, the effect on the general principle of the effect on what is deemed a valued landscape is something I've had before me, and it'll be something I'm still giving further thought to, with regard to my final views on the allocations. So it's still there. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. So it's just taken us to 11 o'clock. That's handy. So we'll break now until I think 20 past, and then come back and we'll go on to D4 and DE10, and then we'll see where we get to. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, 20 past 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're still here. I should have said, if you've covered the things you want to cover, you're more than welcome to stay. You're obviously also more than welcome to go. Don't feel obliged to stay. And I think we've covered the points, apart from tall buildings, that were in your statement, Mr. West. Clearly, you're able, if you've made representations on other policies, you're more than welcome to stay and comment on those, but only on the policies that were made. I think the Enfield Society probably made representations on most of them, to be fair. So, similarly, we've got a couple of points, Mr. De Vos, to pick up as well. But I'm gonna, though no comments were made, no statements referred to D4 because it's the strategic policy relating to heritage. I'll do DE4 first, and that'll feed us into DE10. That's okay. So DE4 heritage, strategic policy about heritage. I asked about whether or not the policy served a clear purpose, and whether aspects of the policy sit outside the scope of the plan, such as Article 4 directions, listings, and so on. You've pointed out that criteria 1 and 3, you, as in the council, sorry, have pointed out that criteria 1 and 3 aim to support the development management function, but it's accepted they're not policies against which development would be assessed, and these could be deleted or relocated to supporting text. I should say that not every question, you know, needed to be read as an implicit instruction. Sometimes I just wanted to know the answer. So it wasn't sort of implied that these things should be deleted because I've asked about them. And I do read this in the context of a strategic policy rather than a DM policy. So it may well be that those issues are out with what needs to be in policy, but similarly as a strategic policy, it may not be problematic. So just focusing on criteria 1 and 3, which are the ones I think you've said could be deleted, which is about, well, criteria 1 is about Article 4 directions, heritage list and so on. On reflection, notwithstanding what you've said, you know, do you consider that though to be, from a strategic perspective, an important thing to be setting out? It is a council will, so it's not a development, you know. So Article 4 directions clearly are outside the scope of the local plan. You can't, you know, the local plan saying we're going to do Article 4 directions doesn't give you any, it doesn't add anything to anything. But this is more along the lines of, as a raft of measures we're going to be carrying out to preserve and enhance, conserve and enhance, so on, heritage assets. Article 4 directions and the like are the things which we're going to do. Is it okay to say that, or are you still suggesting it should be deleted?
It's certainly, I think it's fair to say, before Ms Kennedy has anything to say about it, I think it is fair to note that it's part of the overarching strategy of the council, and it reflects the importance of the importance to the council of considering those various issues and the importance of heritage generally. The other point to make around DE4 itself is that it's a strategic policy, and the inclusion of those elements wouldn't affect soundness. Those are the 2 points.
Okay. Anything to add on that?
Nothing to add on that.
Okay. Right, okay, so, okay, we'll pick up on the specifics. Yeah, the purpose of the policy is, it comes down to, I think, whether it's harmless or not, I think, isn't it? And if you put a red line through it all, would it change anything? Probably not. Not least as there's a lot of statute related to heritage assets and national policy. You've not got as open a freer hand, have you, what you can do? But is it causing any? The question would be: does it cause any harm or any effectiveness issues? And if the answer to that is no, then it may well be that it's okay to be retained as you say, to set out, at least be clear what the council's strategy is. Let's pick up a couple of specific points though. Criterion 2 is a list of actions that the council is going to carry out, so, and doesn't appear to drift into matters of development management. So again, not too concerned about that. But you have suggested a modification, I think, that had a paragraph relating to significant based approach and seeking to preserve and enhance the significance of designated and non-designated assets. That was in E6.1. I think in relation to my question on whether you consider them to be sound, a little bit bemusingly, you've now said you don't think they're necessary to be sound, which is, you know, I could get quite irritated about that, bearing in mind that why would you put it in the schedule in the first place? But you're now saying it's not necessary to be sound. So should I ignore that then?
That addition was put forward by Historic England, and we don't object to it, but we don't think it's essential.
All right, I'll bear that in mind then. I think, you know, I've said this before, but the purpose of the schedule of main modifications is for you to suggest to me what you consider to be sound, you know, necessary to be sound, not things you've agreed. It's not like the olden days, which perhaps only me, maybe Mr. Ely in the room might remember of. Sorry, Mr. Ely.
I was wondering whether or not I should agree to that.
Dealing with
direction would be best.
you're not here to just try and get people to withdraw their objections, you know, in the old, like we used to back in the pre-2004 days. It's about soundness. So, you know, if you don't agree, you don't think it's necessary soundness, there's no need to put it to me or even accept it. So I think we've probably wasted a bit of time through the examination dealing with some of these. Perhaps we didn't need to, but it's a lesson to be learned perhaps for if you ever do this again. But okay, I'll bear that in mind. Criterion 4, my only point about criterion 4, I think, was whether it sits slightly outside the scope of this policy. It's perhaps the only one which does seem to be more of a DM type affair. So I think it does. I think your suggestion is it logical to delete that or
Yeah,
move it? That seems
it's
logical.
already duplicated between D4, D10,
And yes, it is. It's the same wording, isn't it? So,
which was an oversight. So we suggest of the two, it's deleted from D4 and retained in D10.
okay. So yeah, I think that's fair enough. I'll accept that. So that's an action. Accept that change. And the change to 2, I'll come back to. But that was all I've got to say on that one, really. So at least we've just covered that off. And there's any comments on DE4? It's a high-level policy. Any more on D4? No? Covered? Well, so move on then to D10, which is the other side of the coin, a heritage coin. I think this is quite a lengthy one, and I've got my questions pick up various aspects, and then other things. Obviously, I said going back to what I said in my MIQs, I wasn't going to put a question in about every single aspect where it's particularly matters of duplication, repetition, or things which could be picked up quite quickly. So maybe it's simple just for me to go through my queries one by one. Criterion 1, I recognise there are elements of Criterion 1 which tally quite closely to paragraph 200 of the framework in terms of setting out what an applicant needs to submit. So I'm not sure I have too much issue with 1A to D, albeit I think I asked a question about whether it's procedural or not, but okay, I think there's a difference. Again, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to this. Some are more, it's set out in national policy, so it's a slightly different approach to we want this random document. So, okay. I do have a question, though, about the validation issue on Criterion 1. It's that final point, planning applications with insufficient information will not be validated. That probably isn't within the scope of a local plan policy, I would suggest. If you have any views on that. The validation of validation of an application is covered by other regulations and statute, isn't it? So it's not something the local plan has any bearing on, really.
Yes, we agree with that, and I think that's probably something we're going to pick up on DE2 as well.
So yeah. So there's an action there to delete that. You may have suggested that already, but just agreeing with that.
Yes, there is. There's paragraph 55.
Yeah.
Our document.
Yes, to be fair, sorry, it is, yeah. So, yeah, delete that. You've covered that, but I agree. Criterion 2, and I think this might come to there's a sort of general point which goes through the policy about whether it's properly reflecting the framework in terms of harm and assessing harm. So criterion 2, I can see what you're getting at here, reflects paragraph 205 of the framework to an extent, but it does seem some of this about great weight will be given to conservation of heritage assets and so on. It seems like more like your DE4 strategic approach to things. And the DM element kicks in with reference to consideration of harm will be weighed against all of the material considerations. Yes, that's town planning, so that goes without saying. But I do wonder to the extent to which that is misrepresenting the tests, particularly the less than substantial harm tests. And so I think that somewhere in this policy that needs to be reflected more clearly, or cross-reference when assessing the effects of development on heritage assets. We will apply national policy, because otherwise those nuances are lost in this policy. It doesn't pick them up. Any views on that?
Agreed.
Agreed. Yeah, thank you. So there's an action there, I think, to say however you go about it. It needs to properly reflect all of the. I think in the framework there's two examples I would say which are really very clear, almost national development management policies. Greenbelt and heritage are those, and there's very little to be gained, I think, in trying to reinvent the wheel when it comes to heritage. No criticism. Most councils do, and in most examinations, it's a case of saying put a line through all that and just say we'll deal with it in line with the framework, because it's much simpler and covers everything properly. So again, criterion 3, it's one of these we'll support things, policies, but ultimately you have to come back to, and the main purpose of, if you go back to the framework, conserving and enhancing is an important thing. Some of these criteria relate to that. It all seems to make some sense, but ultimately you are assessing harm and the degree of harm to the significance of an asset and whether the public benefits outweigh any harm that's identified, and that's really what it comes down to. So all these other things are sort of might be getting in the way a little bit of what is the main consideration. And similarly, some of these things where you're saying we will support all of this doesn't override and shouldn't override that test. It's not like, it's not a normal planning balance test when it comes to heritages. It's almost, I don't want to say it's not a tilted balance, but it's sort of a tilted balance, not in the paragraph 11 sense, but in a general sense. You're starting from a premise that, you're preserving or enhancing, any harm needs to be outweighed. So these sorts of what's in criterion 3 about supporting development, which does all these things, might muddy all of that. And so I'm slightly cautious about how it's all expressed. So
probably on that, I think, for example, 3A could be seen as a little bit muddled in terms of what it's trying to say, but effectively it's the 1990 Act says that we should prepare proposals for how to conserve and enhance the conservation areas. And those are what dictate how we can continue to conserve conservation areas. So development which aligns with those plans therefore would meet the test of the 1990 Act of conserving. It's just not articulated quite in that way. That's what it's trying to get at, is we should be supporting the policies and proposals we've put forward to, at minimum, conserve. It's just we've muddled that in with other things that aren't conservation areas.
Possibly so, and I think just looking at my list here, I think it may be the action is to go away and look at this policy, in which case I can look at this in time. But there are things in 3 which I think that 3 just gets a bit muddled between different things and is a bit repetitive. So I think 3C, E, F, and G and H pretty much do the same thing. For example, they're covering similar issues, and it's just dare I say words. It probably comes down to, again, this underlying approach that the plan takes of wanting to, of wording things in a positive way. we will support the following, but not every aspect of planning can be about what you're going to support. Some of it is about control and management and saying what we don't want to see. And heritage might be in that. You know, I know it's trying to be a very positive plan. We'll support this, hey. But sometimes, you know, it might give the wrong impression where you've got to balance some of these things. And I think similar things come up in the Greenbelt policy, for example. Greenbelt, the policies relate to Greenbelt. These very supportive and positive policies, we support this, but actually misses the point that you've got to have very special circumstances, and it sounds all very prejudgy. And again, the question could be here, are you prejudging the less than substantial harm test or the substantial harm test by saying you're going to support all these things? So anyway, but yeah. I think on however, anyway, sorry. So criterion 4 is perhaps a good example of all this. It's very specific, you know, talking about energy efficiency. I know it's a big ticket item sometimes. This is becoming more of an issue in particularly, I guess, listed buildings or buildings in conservation areas, so how you deal with energy efficiency schemes. There's some duplication and repetition in there, but I'm not clear as to whether this criterion implies that harm is acceptable if it's minimised. Because if you read it, it says things like, let me just get the wording. Yeah, so criterion 4E, minimising clearly justifying a residual harm. Now, the justification to the residual harm might come into the overall planning balance argument, but actually that's not what national policy says. If there's harm, it must be outweighed by public benefits. Public benefits generally, you know, now you can obviously decide to the extent to which energy efficiency is a public benefit. It might obviously be a private benefit, but that's something you weigh in the balance. But this idea that if you've minimised the harm and can justify it, you know, it's not quite reflecting in my mind what the framework is saying, or what, you know, it's implicit that harm is somehow acceptable. And I don't think that's correct. So it's that kind of thing. I see you're trying to be positive, you're trying to be encouraging, but I think somewhere along the lines it's missing the nuance again of national heritage policy.
Yeah, I agree with that. So the way to deal with it perhaps is to, rather than make those requirements, to make those factors that will be applied in the context of the MPPF tests.
Yeah.
So that one can see that the minimisation and justification for any residual harm has to nevertheless be looked at in the light of the test for the balance.
Yeah. There shouldn't be, I think overall, there shouldn't be any expectation that harm is in and of itself acceptable, unless it's, you know, outweighed by public.
Unless it's balanced.
Unless it's balanced, yeah.
Yes, quite.
There are other aspects where you might say, well, you can have a degree of harm. General character appearance might be a degree of harm. It doesn't reach levels of acceptable, but of course, when it's heritage, it's a binary, isn't it? If it's not neutral or positive, then it's negative, and therefore they get to test kicking. Rather like preservation of openness in Greenbelt, it's not. It's binary. So that's my understanding of it anyway. So again, I don't think there also should be any implication that the energy efficiency issues sit outside and are considered differently to any other issue necessarily, which again, I think if you read criterion 4, it's almost like energy efficiency is its own special little world and we deal with it differently to everything else, but it's not, is it? It's all part of the same question of harm versus public benefit. So I think somehow incorporating all this together, maybe in the sporting text, I don't know, just to demonstrate it's not a different set of tests. It's the same tests. You know, and say things like, will be, you know, energy efficient, we're required to adopt a whole house approach. I think I probably know what that means, but again, it's that. Why do these things mean it's okay to cause harm if they're causing harm? You know, again, it might be that you'll expect some evidence about these things to inform your view as to whether or not the benefits outweigh the harm, but the way it's drafted to me reads a little bit like these are all things that if you do this, then we're going to set the harm aside, which I don't think is right. Criterion 4D, again, we've got a bit of an information thing. Demonstrate the process of being informed by a detailed understanding of the significance of heritage. Well, that's in opening criteria anyway, and also in others, so don't need that. Even if you're rejigging all this, you don't need to say it again. Criterion 4F, explain how and when the intervention can be reversed. So here it says it should be explained how and when the intervention can be reversed, but is reversal then a prerequisite? And if it is, then the policy needs to make that clear, I guess, that if you're dealing with energy efficiency schemes, the prerequisite is that they have to be reversible. That's one thing. Is that always going to be the case? So again, little quirk there, I think. Criterion 5 actually is the sort of reference to harm elsewhere in 2. This thing about great weight will be given to conservation of assets and consideration will be weighed against all of the material consideration. Then in 5, you've got development which causes cumulative harm to heritage assets will be resisted and will require clear and convincing justification. Additional harm to a heritage asset on the heritage at risk register must be exceptional. Again, none of that really reflects national policy about heritage and how you're addressing harm properly. You know, it's not. You know. And it's not just about cumulative harm; it's about individual harm as well. So,
I think the concept of cumulative harm is becoming much more pertinent to decisions and kind of emerging in people's psyche of when they're deliberating how much harm is too much harm, and justifying previous harm. So we're keen to retain wording in the policy that reflects cumulative harm, which is also already, to a degree, referenced in the London Plan. But it's the additional harm to the heritage asset on the at-risk register being exceptional is probably the bit that causes the most conflict, as you say, with the balancing act.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why you can't refer to cumulative harm somewhere in the policy, but it is technically not the case. Well, on one way of looking at it, it is the case that harm, including cumulative harm, will need clear and convincing justification. Yes, that's what the framework says, because that's the public benefit test. I think the way that's expressed is just not correct. You know, it is clear and convincing justification, but the test is, do the public benefits outweigh the harm? Whether it's individual harm or cumulative harm, doesn't really matter. The benefits have to outweigh that harm. So that's what I'm really getting at. All of these references to harm and everything either need to go back to the framework. And I think if you say, you know, development, applications which result in harm, either individual or cumulatively, to a designated or non-designated heritage asset will be assessed in accordance with the framework, accordance with national policy. Then there's no doubt, is there? Because if national policy changes as well, it means it's all taken into account. And then it picks up all of the issues of less than substantial harm, weighing out non-designated assets are treated differently to designated assets. Archaeological remains are treated differently. It's all encompassed in that. And as I say, the framework is actually a very clear set of almost DM policies when it comes to heritage that don't need to be muddied by local distinctiveness, when particularly that local distinctiveness doesn't quite get it right. And practically every examination I've ever done, heritage policies are the ones where I'm saying that you've tried to write your own version of it and it doesn't quite work. I mean, the essence is there, I know what you're trying to achieve, but it's not getting the nuance, in my view anyway, of national policy, and misses out that, and so slightly misleading. So technically speaking, convincing justification is correct, but it's not how it's framed. And it would be better to frame it in the context of what the framework says about that balance. So anyway, I think, yeah. And technically speaking, yes, you're right. Additional harm to a heritage asset on the heritage at risk register must be exceptional. That's not really what, again, the framework doesn't say that, does it? It's nothing about that. It's whether the public benefits outweigh the harm, whether it's on the at risk register or not. So that's clearly when you're considering the effects, whether it's at the risk register is going to be a material consideration and all of that, but the test is exactly the same, whatever status it's at. I think so. Criterion 6 gets into the question of substantial harm. Again, I see what you're getting at, but it doesn't quite reflect what the framework says about substantial harm. So it's kind of slightly misleading. There's sort of no need to come up with anything different to what the framework says.
I think the purpose of this designated heritage assets, it's covered in the NPPF already when it's substantial harm. I think probably the wording of this was looking at where total loss of a non-designated heritage asset and was trying to lump it in with designated, and actually this one should be more centred around thinking about when would the loss of a non-designated heritage asset be acceptable.
So, non-designated asset. It doesn't. I would say it doesn't say that. It just says asset, doesn't it? So, no one would know that you're dealing with non-designated assets. So, the effect of the application. This is 209 of the effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated asset should be taken into account in determining the application. And where applications directly or indirectly affect non-designated assets, a balanced judgment will be required to have regard to the scale of any harm and the loss and the significance of the heritage asset. So, again, it doesn't talk about it being exceptional. It talks about weighing up and everything. So, again, the intention here is not to go beyond national policy because there's no justification for that. It's to reflect it properly. So, again, the essence of what you're seeking to achieve is perfectly fine, but I think it needs to be clearer. And again, I don't really see any reason why you can't just link back to the framework in this.
Agreed, sir. Yeah. There's no exceptional test under para 207 for substantial harm, 207 of the NPPF. Deals with a series of factors that need to be taken into account, and the default is a refusal of consent. So we can certainly make reference to it in that way.
Okay, and then 7, there's a thing about having regard to management plans, I think, on aligning with them. I think criterion B is demonstrate a clear understanding of the history, design, character and significance. I think that's the third time you've referred to this concept in the policy. So again, you need to keep repeating that, you need to understand the significance. That's in criterion 1, that counts for everything. So again, I'd probably suggest that needs to be deleted. And criteria C and D, very similar to criterion 3 about enhancement and retaining and enhancing, perhaps retaining or enhancing, and so on and so forth. So I think with parks and gardens, you've segmenting the policy to deal with different types of asset. If there are specific issues relating to those types of asset, fine. But I just think if it's all coming back to dealing with it through the framework and the tests for the framework, and it's the same test for everything, then it's just repetition for the sake of repetition and doesn't really help anybody. So I think, again, my action here would be just, if you're going to have something specific about parks and gardens, then make it specific about parks and gardens. That might well be things like protect significant views within and from. That might be specific. It still might be the test. It might be what's in the framework if it's a designated asset, or it might be a cross-reference to DE5 if DE5 is the relevant part here, and we're not talking about heritage tests. It might be different types of tests. And I think on G, Section 106 contributes to secure heritage benefits within the Richards Park Garden where harm cannot be minimised or otherwise mitigated. Again, the implication there is, I would read that as saying, well, then that means harm's okay, because provided you can, if you can provide us with a 106, that'll override the harm, which I don't think is what you mean.
I think probably in other parts of the plan, Historic England suggested we put in an extra word in exceptional circumstances where harm cannot be minimised or otherwise mitigated, and a similar edit could be made to this one, as they've suggested in other areas.
The starting point, if it's harm to, again, if this is about harm to a designated heritage asset, is that harm is not acceptable unless it's outweighed by the benefits. If it's outweighed by the benefits, unless those benefits are to be secured by a 106, then I don't think you can have a 106 that goes, well, we'll have a 106, but even though there's still harm, you know, so it's, you know what I mean? So yes, it might be that 106 is there to secure the benefits, but I don't think, you know, you're not going to go, well, there's harm, it's not outweighed by the benefits, but we'll have a 106 anyway to get something, because if you've considered, it's the sort of thing, if you conclude it's okay to go ahead, then the benefits must outweigh the harm. Otherwise, you wouldn't conclude it's going ahead. So it's not about a 106 is only there to provide it either provides adequate mitigation for the harm, and therefore there is no harm, or it provides it secures the benefits against which you've decided it's okay. So I think it's a wording. I don't think it's about saying, well, we're going to be quite happy to have residual harm, provided there's 106 that gives us some whatever.
So I think that's right. The aim of it, G, is to ensure that there are clear contributions securing the heritage benefits. That's what needs to be provided for. And the tail piece related to where harm can't be minimised or otherwise mitigated isn't necessary for the purposes of achieving the aim.
I think so. So the change there. So I think there's overall action about that section just to make sure it's clear, you know, it's distinctive to parks and gardens. If it needs to cross-refer to national policy, then fine. But also, I think it's 106 thing needs to be. Again, actually, one would assume that that isn't just about parks and gardens as well. It's about all heritage assets, isn't it? If you're needing a 106 to secure the benefits, then that applies to everything, not just parks and gardens. So again, maybe it's in the wrong place anyway.
Yes.
So apologies, but this is something I've picked up since I sent out the MIQs. This is criteria 8 and 9, which refer to archaeological issues.
Sorry, so paragraph 11, I think, covers off the generality of
Oh,
section
it does,
106.
yeah, it does.
So
Yeah.
G could
Yeah,
be...
as usual. See, criterion 11, very similar issue to criterion 7G. So I think, yeah, I picked up that, to be fair. But yeah, so you don't need that criterion 7G at all if you've got criterion 11, provided criterion 11 saying, I think, again, criterion 11 does have that dubious wording about where harm cannot be minimised or otherwise mitigated. I don't think that's correct, because that's giving the wrong impression. Yeah. But I think I know what you mean. So it's at the same point. So 8 and 9, and apologies for this, the policies map, and we did pick up on this when we were talking about some of the allocations. The policies map includes reference to the archaeological priority areas, and some of the allocations refer to archaeological priority areas. But this policy doesn't refer to them. So it's got two criteria about archaeology, but doesn't actually refer to the priority areas. So I do wonder whether it should, or in some way, or whether it's picked up elsewhere.
Yes, so there's a point to be made about the priority areas as well, insofar as there's been further work done by the relevant body of the GLA. And Mr. Page can deal with this, I think, most sensibly. But there will be a need to update the plan, the proposals map to reflect the new priority areas.
Just so the APAs have just, we've had a draft of the updated from GLASS, which is to tier them, so higher significance to lower significance. But APAs aren't in themselves heritage assets. It's more of a way of process, making sure that we consult archaeological advisors where necessary, depending on the scale and significance of the area and as scale development. But we could, this wording I believe was put to us by GLASS, but we can add in a reference to relevant APAs, although it's more of a validation query to make sure that we're getting appropriate advice.
Okay, I think, yeah, they're referred to on the policies map, and they're referred to in Appendix C about allocations. So they've got to have a purpose to them. If they serve no purpose, then they shouldn't be on they wouldn't be on the policies map. So I think, there shouldn't be nothing on the policies map that doesn't at least have something referring to it in the plan, and how they are to be used. So I think either the policy and or the supporting text need to say what they are, how they're used in practice, and if it's purely within these areas, the council will seek the advice of somebody. That's one thing, and if they don't have a particular bearing on the outcome, fine. But if they have a bearing on the outcome, that's different.
Yes, and there's an oblique reference within DE4 to the archaeological designations on the advice of GLASS.
That might be enough there. Sorry, yeah. I was thinking about it more in the context of these two criteria. Yeah.
We should certainly make clear that it's dealing with the archaeological priority areas. If it's not there already, I don't know.
And so there's also a reference at 7.34 and DE4 as well,
Right.
just saying
So,
what an APA is, and yeah, just give
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'd not picked up on that. I was focusing very much on this policy.
But
So.
I appreciate it could have a home somewhere else. Maybe, yeah, but it is in there.
I suppose I was thinking if this is the main area where archaeology is mentioned, then it would be, and I suppose that's why it's fair point, I should have checked back on DE4, but I was thinking more about how it occurred to me how the operation of these two criteria, how they might operate in the context of those priority areas, perhaps not having as clear understanding what they are. Yeah.
Yes, well, quite certain. Criteria 9 should properly refer to those in the light of the way that they have at least a procedural effect. The priority areas have a procedural effect on applications. We'll tidy that up as well.
I think it's just, it's not a major issue. I think the other thing, just on this new information, so I said it's outside the scope, it's not the council doing this, it's somebody else. You're beholden to other people and their timings. So, okay. Okay, just thinking about, it's probably something for me to think about. Clearly, once the information's been published, it might be useful for you to make it available. I don't necessarily think it's something I'm going to want to open up to massive debate, unless there's a massive debate to be had about the archaeological priority areas. But if they are matters of fact, and a bit like conservation areas in a way that they're designated outside the scope of the local plan, the local policy map just reflects it. That's one thing. So that's fine, but I suppose just need it to be in front of me at some point. Okay, thank you. And then we've got this. I asked about criterion 10 and contributing to conservation area appraisals and management plans. I see you've concluded. Your statement explains that the justification for this is a development which resulted in harm, which has presumably been justified by public benefits, would contribute to the renewal of associated character area appraisals to reflect the change. And you've suggested the current wording could be amended to provide a bit more clarity on this, and we're happy to discuss it. Now, I acknowledge that whatever a policy says, you can only ask for a contribution where it meets the tests. But it may well be that part of the justification for meeting the tests is in the policy. See, this circular, why do you want some money for a conservation area appraisal? Because it's in the because it's in the policy. That becomes and sometimes uncomfortable about that. But even though it's got to meet the tests, for it to be a policy requirement, and the way it's worded at the moment is it isn't a case-by-case basis. It is anything over 50 dwellings or impact on a conservation area plus non-residential development. You know, it's a very similar wording actually to the public art thing we talked about the other day. Very similar to wording to that. We will require a contribution. I think if you're going to put that in policy, it's got to have at least some potential to meet the tests in principle. So how would or how could, and it may be, I think in your statement, maybe this one or other person you've said, well, we've already got people signed up to this. Well, good luck to you. But how would making a contribution to a conservation area appraisal meet the tests? For example, how would such a contribution make development acceptable in planning terms? Bearing in mind you've already granted it permission. And bearing in mind you've already granted permission and the conservation area appraisal can only therefore be in relation to future applications. There's nothing to do with the application you've granted permission. It can't be related in scale and kind then because there's nothing to do with that application and there's nothing to do with the monitoring. It's no, you know, it's nothing, you've accepted the impact, there's nothing to do with the impact. So I just wonder how you could even, how it's possible to meet the tests.
I leave it Mr. Page, Mr. Kennedy to deal with the sort of practical elements of it, but as a matter of principle, conservation area appraisal and management plans set out the various steps that may need to be taken in the future, either by other developers or by the council itself. And so a contribution to understanding the role of the development that is the subject of the permission within the conservation area through an appraisal then helps for the future management of the conservation area. So in that sense, it could be justified. As to whether, as a matter of practice, that is something that is justifiable, I'll leave to Mr. Kennedy or Mr. Page.
Yeah, I mean, just building on what Mr. Reid said, obviously if we have we have a requirement to update these appraisals as an organisation, and if there's a sufficient level of change that happens there. So for instance, I'm just thinking of one of our site allocations that we discussed at the last hearing, so Edmonton Green Shopping Centre, that has an impact on conservation areas and was granted approval. It didn't have this particular contribution to the conservation area appraisal, but you could see a case where, given that scheme proposes a huge change to the skyline and views from the conservation area, that there would be a need to update that appraisal, and therefore seeking such a contribution for a scheme like that would help us to update that and therefore better manage development in the future.
Okay. Not convinced. Two reasons I'm not convinced. One, it is a council function to update these documents. It's not it's not an expectation of development. You know, it is something you do, and therefore why you're getting funding from some other party for that, it might be questionable. I'd question the logic of that. Two, you've allocated these sites. So in that particular instance, the council has allocated the site for development. If it didn't understand what the effect on the conservation area might be, or going forward, then I would question whether it should have been allocated in the first place, or if it had any concerns, I should say, about the function of the conservation area, it shouldn't have allocated in the first place. So highly dubious, I think, on those grounds.
One thing I'm sorry, if I could just add one point, which is that the focus really on the face of what Mr. Kennedy's talked about is the management plans as opposed to the appraisal. So it's the future management and the interrelationship between a further level of development within the conservation area and its proper management. So there, you may think that there's at least a link there that could justify it. Though I take your point on the appraisal processes and the procedures, of course.
The other factor on this is the threshold. So 50 dwellings or more, and then some to be decided when it's non-residential. We don't really know. If the issue is taking account of the result of harm, So it's only the requirement, assuming, you know, it can be justified. The requirement is based on the harm that might result, even if that harm has been outweighed by the public benefits. The harm, to be fair, the harm still exists, whether it's been outweighed by the public benefits or not. There would be harm, but it's been justified. Then, does it really matter whether it's one dwelling or 50 dwellings, or, you know, it could be one dwelling? Why 50 dwellings? It seems a bit of an arbitrary figure. You know, again, anything can have, I mean, you need to be proportionate, clearly, any contribution, but the threshold seems somewhat arbitrary, and presumably it would be based where there is a degree of harm and where we can justify it, we may ask for a contribution, because all you can say, isn't it, really?
I think probably, given we've got policy 11, which you've already raised a few concerns that needs tidying up, which talks about securing 106 either contributions or actions, we could look to put the ambition of policy paragraph 10 into the supporting text as examples of what we could achieve and when it might be appropriate, rather than have it as a policy, and the main policy be linked is simply paragraph 11.
That seems reasonable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I would delete criterion 10. It's more trouble than it's worth, I suspect. And then criterion 11 needs tweaking to be reflective of. So yes. Supporting text, I think. Sorry, I'm just looking at the bits I've underlined, the supporting text, paragraph 7.75. I wonder where I got the idea of a tilted balance from. So it actually says it there. So you've referred to it yourself. So there's a strong presumption against granting planning permission that could cause harm to a heritage asset. Council will apply a weighted or tilted balance exercise, giving conservation of heritage considerable importance and weight against their other considerations. It's kind of what I was talking about, really. But, you know, that all goes back to the context of where there's harm, it needs to be outweighed by public benefits. And I think, just as I say, there's a constant theme running through this policy and the supporting text. It probably doesn't quite reflect that, or make it clear that's what you're basing your decision making on. So I think overall, while there are some laudable aims and the essence is there, I think just it could be simplified significantly by reference back to the framework. So.
I think we've alluded to it in our response that throughout the confusion or merging of designated and non-designated isn't helpful. So obviously with designated, there is a presumption against granting permission that causes harm. That's in case law and appeals, and the same of giving great weight. That doesn't apply in the same way to non-designated heritage assets. So therefore, we need to be clearer on that.
Yes, okay. As I say, however you want to describe it, but I think you say the action in the first place is to go back, and the policy needs sort of looking at again, considering the things we've talked about. If you want to differentiate between designated and non-designated, registered parks and gardens, archaeology, fine, but it still needs to accurately reflect the tests, which it doesn't. So that's all I have to say on that. Any comments on those points, Mr. DeVos?
Thank you. I've got 3 points. Excuse me. Just asking, all three are really to seek clarification. There are sort of three sections here. Was it 3, 4, and 7, which have numbered items below that, and it's unclear whether it's one of or all of A through to H or Z or whatever should apply in order for something to happen. So I think it should be clear whether it's one of or all of. On point 4, it wasn't quite clear to me whether you sort of wanted that deleted in its entirety, but for instance, the whole house approach, it wasn't quite clear to me what that meant, and it would help clarification. But apart from that, a lot of this should apply to all developments, not just heritage assets. And the last point is that in item 5, it uses the term resisted, and you've touched on it earlier, but altogether, the draft local plan uses the term resisted in 13 policies, which I can give if it's needed. And it's an ambiguous term where sort of different people will interpret it differently. And I'm sure that a developer will look at it very differently to someone else, perhaps, someone in the planning department. Sometimes it seems to, when I look through the policies where it's used, sometimes it's more like, well, we don't really like it. Other times where it talks about development on designated open space, ancient woodland or loss of biodiversity, it seems to be meaning we'll refuse it unless. But it's one of those ambiguous terms, and it would help if that was clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, on the last point, I think I raised this yesterday, and I can't remember which policy it was, but I did ask the council. I think partly minded what your comments were, whether or not refused and resisted were meant to be used interchangeably, and I think the answer was yes. That I'm assuming that is for all cases, not just that particular one, but again, the council can confirm that. It may well be that in the final, if they do mean the same thing, but I would just had a debate about protect versus conserve, and whether, although on the face it might mean the same thing, it might mean something different underlying. It'd be interesting to see what the council's view on that is, and whether when we come to look at modifications as a whole, either if it is supposed to be used interchangeably, I accept that, and if you like, that's to be understood. Or I suggest that, along with some other variations in the way things are described through the plan, I suspect whoever's written it, that particular policy, needs to be brought into line, so it removes everything. But I think it is interesting. It will be important to know in this context whether resisted means refused. Of course, as I say, the issue with the heritage is that it might not apply in the same way to a lot of policies, is that you've got a very, very clear statutory and national policy approach to heritage. So you've got, I would say, far less wiggle room as to how you interpret the policies, and which is why I think the way the policy has been written, I've suggested the council go back and look at it again. So it may be that point's lost, it gets subsumed with all the changes anyway. If it goes back to, we'll just deal with it in line with national policy. But thank you for that. But yes, so the other point about the lists, yes, are they and or yeah, okay. Yes, council response to those points. I think it's 3 really, and or to those lists. Criterion for whether it's just about heritage or not, but I think there is a wider point there, as I've said, about just looking at how that all reads, because I understand the reasoning for it. I understand it's a big issue, can be a big issue about heritage, and the council want to address it, but I don't think it's quite expressed helpfully. And then whether or not resisted and refused should be considered the same, in the same way. So.
Yes, thank you. So the 3, 4 and 7 now need to be looked at in the light of what we talked about in terms of the approach that should be adopted towards DE10, and that approach identified those various elements as being factors that would be taken into account for the purposes of applying the national tests. So they're all factors that need to be considered. They aren't elements that either cumulatively or disjunctively need to be satisfied. So query whether you even should be saying or and in relation to those, but it could sensibly have or at the end.
Well, understood. They are we want you to have regard to the following things rather than you must meet all of the following things. Again, it's yeah, okay,
Yes,
understood.
That's that point. The definition of whole house in criterion 4, it's not defined in the plan as to what that means, and could sensibly be indicated by reference to a document that does refer to what a whole house approach is, and that can be in the written statement, of course. Then resistance amounting to refused, as we said yesterday, they are the same and treated as the same. There should be no difference in policy. That said, any policy, I should say, no difference in any policy. That said, criterion 5, which is what was referred to, will again need to be altered in order to properly reflect the MPPF. So that wording, because the wording will change, we don't need to resolve that, and in any event, it's how we've said it already, and couldn't realistically be looked at in any other way than refusal.
Yeah, I mean, we get into these debates all the time at examination, just as well we should and must, and there's different ways of interpreting should and must depending on the policy. Again, one might argue, I suppose, it's this idea, sometimes you've said resist and sometimes you've said refuse, is it likely, as it maybe has because people have questioned it, likely to cause some, well if you've said refuse there and you said resist here, it must mean something different, because there's no need to use different language. So that might just be something where, again, if it means the same thing, use the same language. If it's not, sometimes there's a tendency to think, oh, we don't want to keep using the same wording because it gets very boring. Well, who cares about that? It's a local plan. Use the same words if it means the same thing. It's not a novel, even though I've been reading it like a novel. So that's something, again, probably something in the great scheme of wash up at the end to see whether or not there are main mods. Well, they might even be additional mods, come to think of it, because they might not be necessarily soundness. The council may decide that just to make sure there's absolutely no scope for ambiguity, it would want to change it. But if you've heard it here, if resist and refuse are the same thing. So, okay, but that's probably for me overall to think about. But thank you for the clarity. And I say the other things. The other point, but this is a point they made though about this whole house thing, which I think yes, if this sort of stuff's going to stay in the policy, it needs to be clear. I think the other point Mr. Voss was making, whether actually these are just related, if they're about heritage issues, about energy efficiency issues, whether they're just related to heritage, but we can pick that up when we do the climate change policies next week, week after next. Again, I can read back to see if there's something missing there. If it's not just about heritage,
This is particularly important in the context of heritage issues because as you said earlier on, there's a real issue around the degree to which these sorts of sustainability matters can or should be particularly recognised in the context of heritage assets because of that tension that lies between the two sets of policies. So there need to be some sort of specific reference within DE10 to this issue, however it's formulated, as well as it going into the climate change policies.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's not irrelevant to heritage, but is it also relevant to other things and therefore needs to be picked up? But again, we can pick up on that. So if there are no other issues on those, I'll move on. Now, I know you've got a point on D50. You're again more than welcome to stay, but if you wish to go, I will let you go. Thank you very much. Thank you both if you are going for your contributions this morning. I'll just give you a second to clear your things, but thank you, and I'll no doubt see you again in a couple of weeks. So we'll start now. Well, first things first from the council. Is there any officers here? Are there any officers who need to be here specifically for certain policies who would like to disappear?
It may be. So, I just wonder if we could just take a few minutes.
Yeah,
just to perhaps not leave. No need to.
No, if we can just if you just talk amongst yourselves. Just I say I'm happy to go with whatever works best for you.
Thank you very much. Good. I think it's just Mr. Page who's going to be departing. Apart from that, we are ready to go. Yes, please.
Chronologically then, okay. Right then, so we'll go back to D2 process as a shorthand. So my first question on this was obviously about the scope of the policy and whether it covers things that are unnecessary or inappropriate to be in a local plan policy. Your statement concludes that you think it's sound as submitted, but that if I was minded to, the Council would support the opportunity to draft a modification that streamlines the policy, keeping policy outcomes in the plan and placing procedural detailing supporting text or non-policy documents. So you're both content that it's sound, but also happy to make mods. There's an interesting way of writing all this in your statements, which has been along the lines of, well, we think it's sound, but we'll happily have mods if we'll support a modification, sir. And I say, well, yeah, you will, because if I say it needs to be modified, you haven't got any choice in the matter. So, you know, so you can support it all you like.
So sometimes say that we'd be happy to discuss
yeah, exactly.
those.
Sometimes happy to discuss it. So the main thing is, if you think it's sound, then you think it's sound, and we can discuss that. So the criteria. So I'm not quite sure where you would be saying it could be streamlined or remove, which parts you are content with. I think it's just simpler for me to just pick up the main points that I've got content. You can come back, but I'll do it in a general sense. Design and access statements are, this is the DM policy as well, not a strategic policy, so that's different, I think. Design and access statements are required by statute regulation. There's no point in a local plan policy saying anything about them. They are what they are. And what the content of a DNA statement is set out. So local plan provides no value there, can only confuse matters. Pre-application issues are covered by your, I've set all this out in my questions, but I'll just are covered by your SCI and so on. So they're not, again, the local plan policy has no bearing on pre-application discussions, or shouldn't, because it's all in your SCI. And if you want to change that, then change your SCI. You can do that any time. Engagement, how applicants engage with the design review, meaningful engagement with communities, all of that stuff is set out there and should only be referred to in local plan, in my mind, if it has any bearing on the decision-making process. Now, clearly you would hope that the engagement would result in a more a scheme which is taking account of all the issues and it comes to you better, or at least covers all the issues it needs to. But you presumably wouldn't refuse planning application for something which was otherwise acceptable because there hadn't been a certain degree of public engagement and so on. Or would you? I'm going to say the answer to that is no, because that's not going to get very far at appeal. So again, the pre-application stuff doesn't really relate to decision making, so no point being in the local plan. Planning application and post-planning, design quality must be maintained through building completion. So this is about delivering. So again, not really about decision making. This is about what happens. This is sort of guiding developers in a way to what happens after permission. So I had some issues, particularly there about criterion. I think sorry. There's some overlap in this as well between policy D4. I'm just pick some points about D4, but I guess we'll come on to that next week. But you set out in, first of all, 5A1, talking about outline consent will not normally be appropriate. I've queried that, and you've said no, that's okay, I think, but you can't dictate. I know you've said you're not trying to dictate, but you can't dictate what a person put in. You can clearly decide, once an outline application's come in, that it's insufficient information, which can either ask for some more, that's outside the scope of this plan, I would say, or you can refuse it because it's not providing you with the comfort you need. I think it's probably, I query whether it's correct to say that in all cases, particularly it's related to heritage, an outline consent will not normally be appropriate, because I don't think that's something you can say direct. You can say when an application comes in, if you don't think it's appropriate, you can say that. That's again part of the validation process. And the regulations allow you to do that with an outline. If it's not got sufficient information, don't they? You can go back and ask for more. So that's not really appropriate, I think, to be trying to dictate that. There's there are laws associated with what people can submit, so why would you be trying to impinge on that? 5B, ensuring the wording of planning permissions associated with conditions and legal agreements provide clarity regarding quality design. I said that, well, again, that's outside the scope of it. It's not a development management issue. You draft the conditions, you agree to the 106s, although the applicants may well often put the wording to a 106 to you, maybe, but ultimately you'll still sign it off. So it seems that that's more of a strategic issue, if it's any issue at all, than a DM issue. I think your statement said that criterion reiterates established tests for conditions and obligations, and it acts as a helpful reminder to keep drafting clear, precise and enforceable. You're reminding yourselves, because you're the ones drafting them. So it's what the framework might say, but that's not about, the framework is obviously some of it's management policy, some of it's more, this is what councils should do. It's not all about local plans, it's just about planning in general. So I question that. Certainly not essential for soundness. And you've actually said you don't oppose deleting that, so that's fine. Then we get into this C, 5C, again, slightly murky about not avoiding interfering assessment of design quality of large schemes. I think you've referred me to, that's in the London plan, I think. Yeah, you've referred me to London Plan policy D4, and I acknowledge that some of that wording is in that policy. But again, sometimes the London Plan policies are development management policies. They say this is what should happen. Sometimes London Plan policies are boroughs should include that in your plans, and sometimes London Plan policies are a bit like framework. They are, this is how planning should operate across London. And it's not just about it's not just about what's in the local plan, or it's about actions. And I read policy D4 as a sort of instruction to, part of D4 when it talks about conditions is about instruction about clarity. D4C, you've said, isn't about preventing outline applications, but aiming to secure the right level of detail. But that's not what the criterion says. So I think, I'm not sure if you're seeking to ensure that development submits the right type of information, that's not quite the same as avoiding deferring the assessment of design quality, because that's really saying that you're not going to accept reserved matters applications and so on. But that always comes back to, if you haven't got the right information, you can either ask for it or refuse the application. It's not about telling people what they can and can't submit, and that's how I read C. You've said that's not the case, but I don't agree. That might not be the intention. I don't think it's how it reads. These aren't really questions at the moment, these are statements. I'm just trying to give an overall picture of my concerns. 5D I found quite troubling. I acknowledge that the London Plan refers to local authorities considering conditioning the ongoing involvement of the original design team to monitor quality of a development through to completion. The London Plan says that. I find that extremely difficult to comprehend how you can get involved in that. You've said you've done it before. So we seem to be going well beyond what I consider to be the normal role of a planning authority in trying to dictate to people some of this stuff. But I do think what you've suggested goes beyond what's in the London Plan anyway. So maybe that's just for me to think about. I just, if it's in the London Plan, you might not need it, but I just find it extremely difficult to see how it's meeting any tests of either condition or 106 to say that an architect must be retained through, you granted planning permission for this use or this thing based on these plans. If they don't deliver what's in line with the plans, then you can take enforcement action. But if you're granting permission for something you're not sure how it's going to come forward, why are you granting planning permission for it? I don't understand. I just really don't understand the logic. Except it's in the London plan. I just find it a bit bizarre.
I think the approach is that in relation to, for example, an outline application that might come forward. So when the reserve matters come in, those reserve matters may look very different from the parameters plans that were associated with Section 106. So one can understand the logic of it applying in that context. And sometimes, of course, in terms of the detailed materials treatment, for example, that may be conditioned on a
I mean, I can understand, obviously, you want to ensure, and it's national policy, in fact, it says it, doesn't it, in framework, about not seeing a diminishing of quality between outline and reserve matters, or if alterations come in. No, that's all. That's very different, I think, to saying we're going to either condition or have a 106 or expect payment to maintain a particular architect. But who cares what the architect is? It's the plans, surely. You're approving the plan, you're not approving the architect. It just seems, and I say, I kind of accept it in the London plan. You might be one of these things where you've been slightly constrained by what the London plan says, so you feel necessary to reflect it. Maybe every London Borough plan says this. I don't know. You may want to justify it, and may want to go away and consider it and give you an action, which will be to delete it, I suspect. But
if I could just give a bit more context on this policy as a whole, and I think we agree that there is a lot here that is better suited within validation or not in the plan at all. But I think what the policy is trying to achieve here is it is written with that kind of experience of how things turn out from pre-app all the way to construction, and trying to create a framework through which we can guarantee, or at least do as best as we can, so that, as you say, plans that are approved are built as they are and to a good quality or a sufficient quality. So I think a lot of the policy it is kind of an ideal world about the system working, which we accept. I think just talking about the architect's retention thing, kind of working backwards through your comments. So obviously in the London plan it talks about conditioning architects, and that hasn't happened in practice. And I think,
no, I'm not surprised, because I don't say it meets tests.
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of Section 106, we have, I think we could look at the wording again, and maybe this isn't the right place for it, but it is a really useful tool to bring up, to have this kind of clause in a Section 106, and it's not, it doesn't force the developer to maintain that architect. It's about this design guardian role, and essentially a series of tests in Section 106 around the quality of in most cases, the architect is appointed by the contractor to deliver the project through their design and build contract, not being of a sufficient quality, not carrying through that design intent, and having that design guardian role of the architect, the architect still in the room, and helping advise the planning authority on that. We have a couple of schemes at the minute where that design guardian role, which was secured through a Section 106, has been very helpful in maintaining, advising the client. If we talk about who's who in these situations, the client, applicant, advising them on how to carry through the design intent from planning, and also getting involved with the discussions with us with terms of condition discharge and amendments to schemes, often on quite large schemes around viability and second staircase, things like that. So appreciate the wording might not be 100% accurate, and potentially maybe not in the right place, but there is an established Section 106 agreement frame, kind of template that we have been implementing that has seen good results. And I know what you're saying about we've approved it and it should be, if they don't meet that, they don't do what they're supposed to do, we should enforce on it. But I think what this policy is trying to do is just trying to bring in some of the reality of what's happening in the system. I don't know if that...
Well, it's diamonds on the system, isn't it, really? Because, I mean, the whole purpose of you shouldn't have to do that. There should be absolutely no requirement that you are doing, because you grant planning permission for this. The condition will say you carry out development in accordance with the approved plans. You do that, and that therefore should deliver the quality that you're looking for. And if something gets outline permission, comes in at reserved matters and it isn't up to quality, you can refuse it. That's the thing. If somebody delivers us something which isn't in line with the plans, you can take enforcement action. All of these things are covered by, you don't need a local plan policy to deliver all this. D4F says local planning authorities conditioning the ongoing involvement of the original design team to monitor the design quality of the development through to completion. Is a bit different to what, that is quite different actually anyway, even if that concept is sort of justified. What your policy goes way beyond that, doesn't it, in terms of architects, and that's not about just ensuring. I mean, if you look at it, if you break what the London plan says down to its very constituent part, is do something to ensure quality is delivered. That doesn't matter what you do, as long as, and they've said that. But your policy is, we're going to retain the architect. Shall the architect not be retained, then require a payment to a 106 agreement to allow the council to employ an architect. Council really get involved in that? Seems no. To provide design guardian services. Again, design guardian. Why? You implement what you've been granted permission for, and if you're not, your council has controls to ensure they do. I find it all quite a strange concept. Clearly, maybe we don't need to. I think taking all that to one side. Is this policy as a whole suitable for a local plan? Most of it, no, clearly not, because it's all about pre-out, it's all about covered by others. It's duplicating controls left, right and centre. So it's clearly going to need some significant rejigging. The only bits I can see which have any sort of merit for being in a policy perhaps are related to the things that you do after application. You are relating to things which are post-decision, if you like, or part of the decision, which is going to be about conditions, not the bit about wording conditions correctly. You've got to, again, law. About and avoid 5C. I don't think 5C is right. Maybe the ultimate point is we want to ensure that the development is of the expected quality through to completion. It's that one line actually in London Plan D4F4. You want design quality. That's what you're seeking to achieve. It's a strategic issue, possibly covered by DE1. To be honest, that would be what you're seeking to achieve. Now, like we've just had the discussion on heritage, if in order to achieve that, the council feels from time to time it will be able to impose conditions or Section 106 agreements that allow it to do that, then maybe that's something you can. Again, you don't need a policy to impose a 106 agreement. As I say, you don't need a policy to impose a 106 or require a 106 agreement if it meets the tests. But having a policy which says you're going to have a 106 agreement must be capable of meeting the tests, in my view, particularly if you're going to use that as a justification. So it may be that you don't specifically talk about these things. You talk about we may require contributions or require 106 agreements to ensure quality is delivered, and that's what it narrows down to. And then you can make whatever argument you want. But I'm not comfortable with what that says as a valid local plan policy. So I would say I would strip out the vast majority of that. Some of it go in supporting text perhaps, but it may be that an element of this goes into DE1 because it's part of the strategy about delivering quality overall. Is that? And everything else is, and then maybe there's a subheading in there about, delivery or something, which then says we will seek to ensure what is granted is delivered.
Yes, so I think that sounds a lot more straightforward. And I think what's important to us is making sure that there is a tool to have that post-planning. It's making sure that what we're agreeing to is actually delivered, and we have the tools to do that. So if that sits better in DE1 or somewhere else, we're really happy to look at that. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think most of that should be deleted. You can allude to, I suppose, again, in the supporting text to DE1, you could allude to or incorporate some of it from the DE2 supporting text into D1 to allude to the fact that the tools at your disposal to deliver quality development are DNA statements, pre-application engagement, post-application conditions and 106 agreements, and we will do what we can to deliver ensure the quality is delivered using all the tools at our disposal, maybe including enforcement. But you don't need to put it in a policy.
So can that also include reference to D4 query, whether it be F as well, but D4 certainly of the London plan, because that does make clear that need to take into account design team continuity. Because the design team continuity element works in reverse, as it were, rather than requiring conditions that will achieve the carrying out of the development. It sets out a framework within the developer team to enable the continuation. So rather than looking at it from the perspective of the council, making sure that what they wanted they're getting, there's something embedded within the design process to ensure the continuation of those initial objectives that led to permission being granted. So it's sort of looking at it from the other perspective. That's the way in which, at least on the face of it, policy D4F is considering that approach. And it would be capable of being at least accommodated by a reference to policy D4 of the London.
Well, yeah, I mean, notwithstanding my personal reservations about that, it is in the development plan. Maybe it is simple to cross-reference to that policy. So you get all of the ideas of D4, which is quite lengthy, all the way up to criteria F. You know, you then factor in a lot of these things in. But probably in the context of moving it to DE1, just as that is the overarching thing. You're just wanting to ensure quality is delivered, and that is a factor of ensuring quality is delivered by looking at the things which are set out in D4 or successor policies, and then you can make whatever justification for conditions or 106 as you want. But certainly, as I say, I think even just very basic principles, what D4 talks about is different to what your policy talks about. You go it goes way too far, I think.
Except that one can't find those principles in D4. No.
And I think, again, criterion E, okay. I mean, that could also find its way into DE1, I suppose, by that. If it's all under the same token of trying to deliver quality, then part of the council expectation is that schemes won't subsequent planning applications won't diminish the quality that's been approved. Again, it's in the frame. That is in the framework, to be fair, but it should go without saying, because again, that's what you've got the ability to refuse planning applications for. So, so a lot of this goes without saying, I think. But anyway, yeah. So that's my view on D2. I think red line through it and save the relevant parts for D1. Okay, thank you. If there are any dissenting views on that, then speak now. Okay, so D3, inclusive design. The infamous policies requiring yet more documentation. So you've said that this policy stems from London Plan Policy D5. So a lot of it maybe, again, you're reflecting what's already in the London Plan, and woe betide me for querying it. Policy's got three parts. first telling councils what they should be doing in preparing their plans. So again, we come back to a DE2 issue really. I'm not sure you need some of that. Then the third part is about what should be included with the DNA statement, which again is set out in, currently set out in criterion, in other policies, but again, you don't really need to say what's in a DNA statement, but if you do, I think you need to refer to it in supporting text, but you'll have that in the new DE1 approach, I suppose. Design access statements are part of your tools. They include the following, but there's no need to report it, set it out in policy, because policy is, you know, what's in a DNA statement is covered by other things. And then second part of, so, sorry, I'm flitting between policy D5 and policy D3. Policy D5 of the London Plan, their criterion B is very much a DM type approach. And I think you've tried to reflect that in your criterion too, but using slightly different wording in places, which makes cross-referencing quite difficult to make sure you've covered everything. Just in terms of why you've got this policy when D5, at least D5B, is very much the development management approach, if you like, to inclusive design. Is there anything this policy is doing that D5 doesn't do?
It does make reference to the building regulations at 2F. It also refers to the heritage issues as well.
Okay.
And I think also the flexible spaces point is there.
Right, okay. So it has a purpose. One thing that I was obviously bothered about is this inclusive design statement, which I don't think is it referred to in supporting text. Yes, it's yeah. So in the London Plan refers to it in supporting text, and it's required as part of a DNA statement. So many things get tagged onto DNA statements. It's in plans. It's quite unreal. So, okay, again, slightly hamstrung by what the London Plan says, you know, these things must be included. But I don't think the London Plan says that if one isn't submitted, then planning applications will be refused. Or if it does, should it? I mean, is it justified under criterion 1 to basically say if you don't put an inclusive access statement in, you'll refuse planning permission?
It's only included in policy D5C as part of the DAS requirements. So what I don't know as yet is whether the DAS provisions of the GMPDO include a requirement for an IDS. It may be that they do. But on the face, to answer your question, it says that they shall be included. From one perspective, one could reach the conclusion that an application would be defective if it didn't include that element. But if that's so, it could be a validation.
It's valid. Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's about the DNA statement, and as you say, well, all right. If inclusive access statements are, and I'm being terribly unfair, and they are part of the regulations anyway, or if not worded, phrased as that, it might be that a DNA statement should include the because you know what is an inclusive design statement. It may well be that actually when you get down to it, it's only what's in a DNA statement anyway. Yeah. It's just a form of words which, you know, perhaps adds a degree of confusion. So perhaps what does an inclusive design statement, inclusive access statement? Sorry, oh yes, there is a thing. Sometimes design, sometimes access, but I've defaulted to inclusive design. What an inclusive design statement includes. if it's only what would be in a DNA statement anyway, then fine. But then why muddy the waters by having this reference? But then again, accept that it's in the London plan. I keep having to remind myself that the London plan's there, and it's a bit unfair sometimes for me to be critical when you've been told these things. But it does sound to me like it might be more of a validation issue rather than you know, if there's an evidential deficiency, then you would presumably ask for that information before you just refuse the application. That would seem a bit harsh. So anyway,
Sorry, in our response, we did suggest that it could go into the validation requirements as well.
You did. Sorry, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did recognise the concern.
Yeah.
So I offer myself and ask you: does recognising the concern mean you acknowledge it isn't sound? So fair enough. Yeah, that should probably be removed. That particular sentence, anyway. Dear. And criterion 2's got a list of all development proposals will need to do the following things. Probably not always going to be relevant for all development proposals to do the following things, perhaps. So where relevant development proposals, I would suggest, would need to do the following things. What? Just trying to work out what all of this means. Yeah, all right. I'm not going to get too into it. I think it's all good stuff, isn't it? Just to pick up a couple of things. Criterion 2B is about engagement again. You know, so suggests that doesn't need to be there because it's in the yes. Or you know, obviously if DE2 was staying as it is, then it would go. It would be in DE2 rather. I'm still not convinced you need to keep telling people about engagement. It's something that's in your SCI, or should be in your SCI. So question that. But one wonders if it's in the London plan. No, it's not listed in D5, so question mark on that one. But you've already said you're minded to support a mod. You said you'd be minded to support a mod so that 2B keeps the policy expectation while cross-referencing to the SCI. So I suppose the question is, what is the policy expectation of that? What's the outcome? Because is the outcome not just what's in A, which is reflecting the borough's diverse population, and you achieve that by at least having some engagement with the population?
So I think obviously A reflects the borough's diverse population. That includes people that aren't covered by protected characteristics, so that could be the entirety of the population. Whereas B talks about affected user groups and relevant protected characteristics as appropriate. So I think what the outcome for that is, it's the word responsive, so it's how have you responded to the particular needs of users and people with protected characteristics as well. So I think they're two slightly different groups of people. One is kind of more universal, I suppose, for Enfield. The other one is particular, and we would expect an application to show. It might seem self-evident that someone would look into the needs of the users of a particular use of building, but often they don't. And so having this policy would be helpful to just make sure that people are making sure they're responding to the needs of the particular groups within those developments.
Okay. So, but well then, the policy is reflect or respond to the needs of relevant user groups with protected characteristics as appropriate to scale and type of development. You could just get rid of the engagement. The engagement is the sort of, that's not the outcome, is it? The outcome is making sure you've done it, not engaged about it. Because you could still respond to, reflect, however you want to word it, without engaging just by doing it. So, or you could engage and then fail miserably to achieve it. So I think, you know, concentrate on what you want to achieve, I think would be, so there's action there. So what you want to achieve is fine, just remove reference to engagement and reword to focus on the outcome.
Yes, sounds good. Obviously, someone could design something that's perfect for the user group without engaging someone. Yeah.
Quite, exactly, that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to assume at some point people don't know what they're doing when they put an application in, rather than just assuming you've got to talk to everybody to know what you do. You might actually know. And then 2F, I think I asked about that, and you've said that, because I think I asked about building regulations, and you've said that many matters are addressed through building regulations, but highlighting them in policy aids coordination, ensures they're considered early in the design process. So your position then is you don't consider such references unsound in principle and perfectly acceptable to repeat another regime.
Yes, and I think this one is in particular it wouldn't apply to every single type of development. So mainly for public buildings, as covered in the approved document Part M, for places of assembly, recreation, and entertainment. And I think it does operate at a more of a, I guess, a borough level or a plan level, maybe not. But what we're trying to do here is provide better toilet and changing facilities in the public realm for people that need that. And I think highlighting it here under a specific inclusive design policy means that that need is still in the forefront of developers, planners, everyone's mind when we're considering how we plan and develop the city. So yeah, I get the point about referencing other regimes, but this one in particular is quite important in terms of the public benefit it would deliver.
Presumably, if it is a building which falls under Part M, then it would need to be at the forefront of anyone's mind anyway, because they'd have to do it to meet the building regs. It's not Part M, which are optional. M42, M43. It's a different. You know, these are presumably required for all development, which qualifies under Part M. So, irrespective of whether it's referred to in the local plan, it would still have to be at the forefront of the developer's mind, wouldn't it?
It would be. However, in the explanatory text at 7.22, we are also looking at proposals to identify other locations for early engagement. So it's looking at, obviously new buildings would be a given, but it's also looking at other locations as well.
So you're seeking then buildings which wouldn't normally be covered by that regulation to meet that regulation. Is that what you're saying?
So I guess this particular regulation, changing places, is also a voluntary scheme that people will often upgrade their existing facilities if they're publicly facing. Lots of businesses do this as well as part of, again, trying to improve the accessibility to these and offering that public benefit. You know, in the era where public toilets aren't and changing facilities aren't as accessible, and we're starting to try to reframe the way we design cities around people other than people like just going to work and going to your office. Yeah. I think it is just useful that maybe just to add to the context of this policy, as part of the prep for the examination, we just had a quick run through of all the design policies with our DM colleagues, just to get any feedback on emergent. Have developers been bringing this up, or how do you how do you find these policies in general? And I think there was good feedback around, in practice, having this policy here, it brings it to the forefront of the planner's mind, and it it is something that, as a plan, we want to include as a priority, this idea of inclusive design.
Sorry, can I just be clear about this Part M business though? Are you seeking to go beyond Part M by highlighting it, or is it only where Part M would apply anyway? So I slightly misunderstood that. Because you said you're looking at other locations, so I took it that all you're doing is saying, well, deliver Part M, which you'd have to do anyway. If you're suggesting that actually where Part M wouldn't apply, if there's anywhere it wouldn't apply, then you're actually going to try and impose, at least not Part M itself, because you couldn't, but the requirements of, like what the outcomes of Part M.
So I don't think we're trying to impose people having to deliver something that maybe they can't or shouldn't. But what 7.22 is saying is proposals should seek to identify other locations for early engagement. So I think that's more of an encouragement that these facilities should be provided more in the borough, and potentially that's a spark for a conversation around, could this be provided as part of your development that might not otherwise be, but not necessarily holding them to that, and it could be something that an applicant could offer as public benefit potentially. So maybe you're developing block of flats and you're also saying, oh well, perhaps we could have a changing places thing on the ground floor because it's a high street and public centre of the borough potentially.
Okay, I'm sorry to be a stickler. It's not what the policy says. The policy says all development proposals will need to provide change in places facilities consistent with amended building regulations approved by M. It's not what you've just said. You've said something quite different.
Understood. I guess I was just looking at the explanatory text there at 7.22. But yeah, take the point. We are just asking for what is in the building regs there.
Yeah, quite. So, if all development will need to provide change facilities as consistent with the amended building regs, that's fine, because where you're not obliged to do that under building regs, it's not imposing anything out because you're meeting the building regs. If you're saying all development must meet the standard of the building regs, irrespective of you're there or not, then that's a different policy. I read it as being, well, it only applies to those where that would be relevant. I mean, you might have to be more specific about that, but and I've said it may need to say anyway, where relevant, development proposals will need to, because there might be other things where it's not necessarily relevant to a development to talk about diverse population. I mean, again, you think of how much development comes forward, which is nothing to do, dormers and like household extensions. It may well be relevant, but it's not always going to be a factor, is it? Changes of use, blah blah blah. So maybe we're irrelevant anyway. But I just wanted to be clear. So I think there seems to be a bit of a mismatch between the policy and 7.22. But the policy is the policy. So that's what it says. Okay, I think we'll take a break now then, if that's okay. We'll come back, we'll have a lunch, we'll come back at 2 o'clock and we'll jump to DE7? D7. So thank you all, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it's 2 o'clock, so we'll resume. Everybody here, just assume nothing's happened in the...
No, nothing particularly. So just one point, which I wanted to flag up, and it concerns the approach towards the approach towards resisting or refusal of applications, and we've discussed that further, and at some point there is a need to reflect the MPPF insofar as it directs refusal. It says that refusal shall happen, and resistance has the ability to be more flexible insofar as it recognises that there's a desire to protect something, but that other factors might outweigh it, in short. So there is a distinction, getting to the simple answer, there is a distinction in that way between refusal and resistance. Now, of course, it would be impractical, perhaps impossible, to have glossary definitions of those two words within the plan itself. And so all that we can do is make sure there's consistency of approach in terms of saying resistance when we mean resistance, but insofar as the NPPF refers to refusal, then we'll refer to it in that way. And if there is any particularly special issue that arises where refusal should be included, then we'll deal with it on that basis and flag that up for you so you know where we have kept refusal. But generally speaking, we'll be applying it in the twofold way that I've set out.
Okay, well, I think when I'm sitting in my darkened room, as we say, in a few weeks' time, reviewing all of this, where rather like the should and must, I suppose, unless where you know, we haven't absolutely discussed every single utterance of should and must, where I come to the view that having heard everybody's views on these policies, I think it should, if it's a should, it should be a must. I will say, people might think this is all very semantic, but it isn't sometimes. Similarly, it may well be the case with refuse and resist. Bearing them, I will say, well, actually, I think that should be a refuse, just to be absolutely clear, and vice versa, perhaps. But understood. There is a potential distinction. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And as you say, maybe just to go back on that point, I suppose when it comes to, it might all be moot anyway by the way DE10 might be rejigged. But that might be where refuse is the correct term on the resist, perhaps, because that's what the framework would say. Okay, thank you for that. Right, made a note of that. I think we got onto DE7, creating livable, exclusive and quality public realm. Some good titles. I only asked a couple of questions on this. That's partly because quite a lot of these policies would fall into my category of, well, I'm not going to raise every single bit of duplication and repetition. And actually some of the word, I know some policies I've done it, some policies I haven't. The things which are relatively minor sort of queries about tweaking things, perhaps not needed a written statement on every single one of those. You can just pick them up as we go through. It's quicker than wasting everyone's time. I know sometimes I've picked out relatively small items, but sometimes not. So this is one of those policies I think where my main issues really are just about some again, overarchingly, the policy is seeking to do the right things, no doubt, and it's all very laudable. There's no real objection strategically or anything like that, and you're seeking to achieve good quality design in public realm. There's no reason to be too worried about those things. So it does come down to a few just effectiveness arguments, I suspect, and duplication points, or maybe this is one of those situations where rather like I was sorry to highlight the differences. If a policy is talking about public realm, it might repeat what's in the policy about housing, what's in the policy about business, because they are very clear, distinct geographical or topic areas. So you will drill down to that. The problem is, like yesterday when I was talking about transport, which applies to everything. You've got two policies on parking standards, doesn't make a lot of sense. So it is horses for courses approach. But so that's that. First things first, I did ask about, and I've asked this on most questions, about the scope, about all development. Again, it's this all development idea. I think you've recognised that. It's not about all development. So I think this is a general point, a bit like the having regard to other documents, just being clear. There will be instances where all development is relevant, and maybe somewhere there aren't. And I think you can't expect all development to contribute to improving the quality of the public realm. It's not reasonable or justified to do that. So some caveat there is needed. Which I accept. I think you've suggested some wording there. So where relevant might be sufficient. Just going through some points. I've got nothing on criterion 2. I mean, it says be consistent with best practice. That ought to be enough, really, I think. Anyway, but interestingly, I was thinking about that because yesterday there was a discussion on pedestrian, to do with transport, wasn't it, about high-quality pedestrian realm, which I suppose is quite a thing, and a suggestion that, feel free, Mr. Kenny, suggestion that a policy should include all sorts of references to manual for streets and so on and so forth about width, and I was resistant to that because, well, there's no need. It's sort of the purpose is ensure that it's of a suitable quality, and then you've got another policy here which actually does talk about that sort of thing. So, anyhow, probably so fine. Between them, it should be sufficient to ensure that the public, pedestrian, the pedestrian realm, which includes the public realm, would be sufficient. So that's fine. And you've got some very specific things here about resisting gated communities and so on. So again, okay. These are all things that should reflect principles. So again, it's should. They're not ors and ands, they're just things that you should be having regard to when you're putting your application in. I guess the council, if the council determines that the bin and waste storage and car parking has not been sensitively integrated, it could be refused on that basis, or at least negotiated to be changed on that basis. So that's fine. Okay, criterion 3, just a very little point on criterion 3. This is a must policy. Criterion 2 is a must as well, but criterion 2 seems more simple to deal with because it is this sort of broad, you must consider these things. It's not you must deliver these things. It's a different issue. Perhaps criterion 3 is the same. In considering detailed design, applicants must, and then follow these things. But on which one is it? I've lost it. Yes, E. So 3E, integrate high quality public art, especially gateway locations or other appropriate landmarks. That isn't about considering, is it? So in considering detailed design, retaining existing traditional materials, that's again a consideration, adopting consistent palette consideration, take opportunities to improve, so all these, avoid excessive visual clutter. Oh, sorry, it says cluster. So it should be clutter. And then integrate high quality public art. That's the tone changes there. It's not about considering integrate, it's integrate high quality public art. So I wonder if it's more, and of course you have a policy on public art, which we talked about yesterday. So the circumstances in which public art will be required are actually set out in that. So I just wondered if there was if that was being, slightly different in tone and expectation than the rest of those criteria and not quite justified.
Yes, thank you. So the policy itself, at least a criterion 3, says in considering detailed design, and then it says proposals affecting the public realm. So it already is, there's the precursor that it will affect the public realm. So it won't be any development that is anywhere. And where it does have an effect, then it's that's why the trigger for providing for public art is indicated at criterion E. As to whether that's justified, of course.
Well, I say, but not every, presumably, not every development affecting the public realm would be required to integrate high quality public art. That's my point. I suppose you can expect every development affecting the public realm to be thinking about materials and clutter and so on. They're standard design things, but integrating public art is a slightly different thing. A lot of development is going to affect the public realm. Not every single one's going to be expected to integrate. I mean, it might be the actual policy is must consider the integration of public realm, public art, and but I just said the way it reads, it is very much development must integrate high quality. If you read the sentence into it, it's must integrate high quality public art, which is not, I think, it's different to what we talked about yesterday in terms of that policy. But that's more about contributions to public art, accept that. But again, I guess you're not going to expect everyone to do that.
No, sir. Perhaps something on the lines of consider or where relevant at the start of that could be a potential modification.
Well, I think where relevant, so you don't need that because it's only where the effect, the caveats in the start. It's actually more what you're expecting people to do. So I suppose there's two issues with public art. One is you can't, is it really justifiable in every instance for them to even consider integrating public art? But similarly, when you've got a policy elsewhere in the plan which requires contributions towards public art, there's an element of would you say it's not about consider if you meet the thresholds and meet the test that you've set out in T, whichever one it was yesterday. It was one of the transport policies, wasn't it? I think. Was it one of the transport? No. Oh, you weren't here. Sorry, beg your pardon. I can't remember which policy it was now. But anyway, we talked about it. It's only a day ago. Wow, blimey, my brain. It might not be something you've in your gift. You're expecting them to do it. So it's a double whammy there, I think.
So it could say something to the effect of consider the use of high quality public art, carrying on, to address the effects on public realm, which just seems to be the purpose of it.
Yeah. Sorry, I think that's something like that. Yeah. In action. So I think that needs tweaking to make it about consideration. I suppose where a development would trigger the public art, assuming that policy stays as it is, would trigger the public art obligation would be covered by that policy, so it would be picked up anyway. Okay, that was all that was. Criterion 4, no, I don't need to ask that. I didn't ask about this, apologies, but this is one of those minor things I thought was not particularly worthy of a written answer. 4C, increase activity in natural surveillance at ground floor, fine, while meeting the minimum defensible space standards. Now, I assumed is that actually means ensuring adequate defensible space, because as far as I know, there isn't a standard. So I don't think you should read as if there's some kind of standard out there. And it's I understand in this context, I'm assuming it's standard as in a general level of quality rather than a standard as in a parking standard or a amenity space standards. But as we know from how many standards there are in plans, it could be misinterpreted that there is an actual number somewhere.
So the standard we're referring to obviously isn't signposted, but later on in the plan, DE13, 1K on the fifth bullet point, there is a definition of 1.5 metres of defensible space as a minimum, and that's generally the kind of minimum we look at securing through development.
So D15?
Sorry, D13.
D13 or something. Oh, right, okay.
So it's 1K, and then it's the fifth bullet point.
Well, defensible rather than defensive, I think it should.
Okay, so it's not a standard per se. It's not a series of standards by which different. So it would just be, I guess, in the context of DE7, which is about the public realm and not housing development. It would be either meeting an adequate degree of defensible or defensible space, or at least 1 point. Because I suppose this is about the public realm. What D13 is talking about is different, isn't it? It's about your front garden and how much space you've got. I assume how much the distance between your front door and the pavement or whatever, defensible space. Whereas if you're talking about effects on the public realm, is that a different, or are you saying, well, actually that could be this one and the same thing, in which case you've got, again, this is where it does become problematic, you've got two policies trying to deal with the same thing.
I suppose so. It could be a situation where you have residential properties proposed hard up against the public realm, and part of the consideration of the public realm is to make sure that there is enough space made available to the private aspect. It's somewhat oblique as a reference, but there is that connection.
So I think then that makes some sense, but I think it means that in 4C of this policy, it's not about 1.5 metres, because it might apply to different things. It might also apply to non-residential development and things, and how much, yeah, I think it's probably just more about referring to an adequate level of defensible space, or an appropriate level of defensible space, rather than setting a standard to it.
Yeah, so I guess it is it's one of these policies that it is crossing over, because the nature of what we're trying to achieve crosses over both, you know, a built form and the public realm. So, and I think, yeah, as Mr. Reid, just to build on that, Mr. Reid pointed out, you know, a classic example of this would be perhaps like an end of terrace residential unit with some kind of public realm around it, or like something in the public realm, like a car park or a playground or something, that we want to have some kind of window or residential, something looking onto that to give that sense of overlooking and natural surveillance. But appreciate that it's not clear what that minimum defensible standard is. And
I think
yeah.
this might be one of those things where, you know, adequate,
Yeah,
appropriate, and then
Yeah.
you can, I think it's an area where you can use a level of planning judgment
yeah, definitely.
as to whether what constitutes something that's adequate. Sometimes it's you know, it's ambiguous and clear, but I think, you know, this is a you couldn't. I don't think for those descriptions, those situations you're talking about in this context, this policy, I don't think you could say 1.5 metres. It just doesn't make it. You know, it's whatever makes sense for that scheme, and that's a planning judgment I think we can all make. So
Agreed.
okay, so that's that. So an action on there, just a tweak. I did wonder whether 4D, provide accessible entrances and good access to public facilities, toilets, water fountains, etc., was again just covered by, we've just talked about this in DE3. And again, ironically, all of those things you were talking about being at the forefront, are in the changing places, perhaps in Part M, and then we get a policy which talks about it in the public realm. It doesn't mention changing places or Part M. And it's just this is the kind of thing that starts to, you know, kind of drive me slightly mad, because, you know, you don't need all these references for a start, and then they're all different. And it's like, well, if it's trying to do different things, fine. But you know, you went to the trouble of writing an inclusive design policy, and then I've just repeated it. I mean, you could even argue that 4A, when it talks about routes and spaces that are safe and accessible to all users, that's in your inclusive design policy. Really, it's covered. It should be covered by that. Because you've then thought, oh, I mean, he's looked at it through the lens of public realm. We'll have to say it all over again, and then we need to say it all over again in the realm in the business. Because I'm going to, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm going to put some money on DE8 saying something very similar, or you know, if that's about business stuff, perhaps. So if it does, you know, here we go. So there's nothing wrong with the aim. Obviously, the aim's fine, and I guess if you just narrow it. But if I'm just thinking, you know, when you're coming to write your decision notices on these things, and you have to then say, well, it's contrary to policy D3 because it doesn't do this, and it's contrary to policy D7 because I mean, I pity the inspectors for a start. I mean, I have to say, when I've said this before, when I do appeals in London, the number of policies that are referred to is astronomical, and this is not going to help matters. You refer to so many policies because they all cover the same issues time and time again. But okay, I think there's an element there that it is just covering the same. It's just covering the same ground. I'm boring myself with it now, so I'll think about whether or not it needs to come out. Probably not. Just a point. Hopefully, you're writing a big lot of lessons learned for some of this. When it's not necessarily unsound, but is it good practice? Then. Sorry, again, it's all sort of stuff that's been picked up elsewhere. Criterion 4F, prioritising supporting active modes of travel. mean, literally how many times do you have to write things about active travel in this plan? And you can bash people over the head with it, and sometimes then you'll say, but it's because in the lens of public realm and it's very different to what it is in transport. It's not. It's the same thing you want to do. Is it doing any harm to mention it? Yeah, no, apart from having to, some poor DM officer having to write it all out. But fine. And then similar thing with G, road safety, a whole chapter about that. H, incorporate appropriate safety and countermeasures. Well, this is unique. This is something related to public realm, probably not covered by anything else. So, hurrah, that's something. I, electric charging vehicles, we have a policy about that. And then, so 4's got an awful lot of is it harmful? I'll think about it. I will say the other thing, and I asked a preliminary question about this, it seemed like years ago, about the number of policies. You've got EG in it, and I asked about all these policy examples in it. I can't quite recall the outcome, but this is one of these things like should, must, and everything else. I queried it because of is it helpful to have a lot of, and criterion 4, I didn't know it has a lot of EG in it. And it can be helpful sometimes, no doubt, but otherwise it can also be a rod for your own back because you're limiting how things, I've said already today, the natural tendency is to assume that's all you're interested in, and then it becomes limiting. But again, I'll probably just take that in case. Unless you've got any strong views on it, I'm going to just take most of that away and think about it. It's probably okay, other than, as I say, just irksome. And then criterion 5, I did ask a question about this because of the contributions will be sought from public realm improvements for residential development comprising 11 more units, and then non-residential development. Again, similar wording to what was in the public art and one of the policies we talked about this morning. So you've got a threshold for housing, and then for non-residential, it's kind of amorphous, where I assume you'll see what the effect is, and we'll decide whether or not a contribution is necessary. Your statement says that any contribution will be assessed in line with the test, and it's not a blanket charge. Again, I hate to be that person that says that's not what your policy says. Your policy doesn't say, it says you will be required to make a contribution if you're 11 or more dwellings. So I think, again, it just has to be careful about saying, presumably, that is contributions may be sought for public realm improvements where justified or relevant or necessary. That's really.
It's the last part of criterion 5 to incorporate requirements both for, or incorporate criteria both for the.
Well, exactly. That's the
residential and
third point. That's the point I was making yesterday. There's no real. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Yeah. And it was about heritage, was it? Heritage contribution. It doesn't make a lot of sense for why there's a threshold there, but not for if it's the outcome. And it's saying we're not talking about affordable housing or open space where there's thresholds because of national policy is threshold, obviously, but in things like open space, you might have different levels of need for different levels of scales, and there's a direct link between the scale of development and the requirement you're seeking to achieve. Whereas things like this and the heritage in the public realm, public art, it is quite dependent, isn't it, on the actual scheme and where it is and everything. It'd be very hard to put it will be this contribution for this development. It's going to be an outcome. So I think criterion 5 just needs some, again, just a general tweak on criterion 5 about where and when contributions will be sought and why, to make it clear it's not an absolute in all cases. I also note in criterion 5 it only says about placemaking areas as well, so I wasn't quite sure why it was limited to placemaking areas, because presumably unless there's no public realm anywhere else, which I doubt, it might be that you'd want to do it in other places as well. So okay. So yeah, an action there. Any other comments on that one?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on then to DE8, design of business premises. again, only a couple of questions on this. It was a similar sort of principle, really. It's a policy which, in essence, is not saying anything controversial, or it's just saying a lot of the same things that other ones say. But this is at least very clear. It's about one particular issue. Again, my question was obviously, in addition to the question of unnecessary duplication, general clarity of the policy, is it reasonable to justify to expect all new business developments to meet criteria 1? So again, I think we are now fairly familiar that even though it might be, I recognise that in the real world, people would understand that it's probably not going to be implemented like this, but it's better to be clear, isn't it? So there's no doubt about that. So you know, I mean, it might be that all new business premises must make efficient use of land. That might be perfectly legitimate, but there might be others where it is more nuanced than that. Criteria, I'm not entirely sure I want to go through them all, because there are just 14 sub-criteria to criterion 1. Just the 14.
No, so very much in your hands as to which ones you'd like to concentrate.
Well, I've just written, as I've gone through it, I've just written down every policy which it's already covered by. But I've laboured that point, and I think I'll just come back where I go through these at some point. I think, is it just, I'll just roll my eyes at it and think, okay, it's not doing any harm, leave it as it is. And clearly, there's an awful lot. I mean, just as an example, 1C, positive address to the public realm. Literally an entire policy on public realm. E, access arrangements. Sorry, and then things as showers and lockers. You know, again. But you know, in essence, these are all, I suppose, reasonably sensible things, read in their own context. The one that I did want to pick up on is it HI? Respects the grain, heritage and character of the surrounding area, that's fine, clearly. And then you've got an example. I don't know whether it needs to, and it probably doesn't because of just what I've said actually, or whether there's a reference to protecting heritage. I mean, that's not about, it's not about assessing harm, is it? So I suppose that's fine. It doesn't need a cross-reference to DE5. Sorry, DE10. Maybe that's fine. M also talks about heritage, doesn't it? Does not conflict. Yes, it does. Does not conflict with historic land building use, where this use contributes to the character, appearance, significance of heritage asset. Well, I suppose that's okay as well, because it's not. My concern is invoking some kind of false test for heritage or biodiversity. These are things where where it says something like will not result in harm to a heritage asset. That's where it gets dubious, because that might be a very laudable aim, but that's not what your policies say. But I think you've skated around that one quite well so far. You're not falling into a trap on that. And we'll see if the other policies do the same. But yeah, I think other than it just being covered, I don't really want to go through all of those on criterion 1. Oh, sorry, I turn over the page. What the first thing I see on the first page? N. Avoids and minimises harm to the significance of heritage assets.
There is that, sir.
There is that. So it is.
So we do have that one as well.
I think yes, that's clearly sort of right. You want to avoid and minimise harm, but the way that will be assessed is in relation to DE10. So maybe some kind of cross-reference to DE10 there is needed. Considers harm in relation to heritage assets, or considers the effect on heritage assets in accordance with DE10 or something like that, I don't know. And then on to 2A, just a minor thing, it's a typo, I think. It's an E6, I think, but that's hardly substantive. Criterion 2B, we've talked before about minimises overlooking as a phrase when it's come to allocations. I'm not sure it's very helpful as a phrase because I don't know, and I think you've said in your statement it's what you've used and so on, but it's not a phrase that I particularly think is effective. I think it's about ensuring there are no unacceptable impacts on living conditions or amenity, and that covers a multitude. It's not just about overlooking, it covers other issues as well, but also there's a very clear outcome. So I think I would suggest that would be changing that. So that's 2B, needs a change. And then similarly 2C actually, so I think if you look at 2B and 2C, they're all about ensuring there'll be no unacceptable impact, harm, effect on living conditions, and I suppose it could be by reference to privacy, outlook, noise, disturbance, light, etc. All of the things that are set out there. I suppose it's just making sure 2C and 2D cover that thing. 2D, I can see the logic of that. And then 3, I did ask a question about larger proposals, this sort of undefined larger proposals. And so, yeah, from your statement, there is no definition of larger developments. And it would be a judgment based on the characteristics of the development. Okay, it's not very helpful if you don't know if you're submitting a larger development or not. But looking beyond that, I guess what is the point of this criterion? Because it refers to improving access to walking and cycling infrastructure, public transport, green spaces and complementary facilities. And first and foremost, they might well be picked up by other criteria anyway. So where and one might also argue, why wouldn't you be looking at all of those things with, why does it have to be a large proposal to be looking at things like improving access to walking and cycling infrastructure and sustainable public transport? So you go back to your transport policies, that's embedded in the entire plan. So it doesn't matter what scale of development it is. And then you're talking about pocket parks, places to eat and drink, creation nursery, and other ancillary facilities for employees. Well, some of that's in your earlier point, I suspect, about facilities for employees, but some of it's also going to be in your public open space policies. And I did ask yesterday about the justification for requiring public open space in relation to non-residential development, and I think it was something the council, you said, oh, we don't really know, we'll go away and think about it. Well, maybe it links into this idea, it's about creating, it's certainly on a smaller level, creating a high quality environment for workers. That might be the argument. So I just think maybe all of those things might well be very sensible things to do. I don't know whether it necessarily needs to talk about larger proposals, particularly as it's must consider rather than will require. So could it just be development for business users must consider providing the following, these things, that's it, and take out that distinction.
So I think what the kind of proposal this particular criterion is aimed towards is some of the larger industrial developments in the borough. So I think generally this policy, which has a lot of it has been taken forward from the adopted plan, additional bits added. So it's seen as quite an effective policy in the DM team in terms of managing, especially our industrial developments, which obviously Enfield has the second largest industrial park in London. So it's a big part of the development management workload, and important to make sure we're getting it right. So criterion 3 is looking, it's trying to bring in that need to, in some ways, have more of a master plan approach to some of these larger sites. So I'm just thinking there's the Martin Bridge site allocation and Montague Industrial Estate. Good example of this, where we've got either one very large building or two or three or kind of estate being redeveloped, and this policy would help to bring an outcome whereas all the workforce on that site are given the right kind of amenities to enjoy, just as you should if you're in an office or in a town centre, so that we're respecting that as well. And again, just putting that onto the developer that there will need to be contributions to improve public access and walking and cycling as well. So that is the intention behind that really, and what it's aimed towards. But I guess a larger proposals isn't well defined.
Well, it's not well defined. There's two points again. If you want those things on it, except not everything's going to be about an allocation, but if there are allocations where you felt this was sort of things you wanted, then you've got a whole raft of policies which you could have put in your allocation policy. So I would have said, well, if you wanted those things in an allocation, then you should have put it in the allocation policy. Now, that might still be open to you.
Sorry, I didn't mean it was specifically for those allocations.
No, I know, but
if
you can easily, while you've got a risk of being contradicting myself about duplication, this policy isn't a requirement; it's a consider. So the time I would suggest that if you want an allocation to deliver some of these things, and it's about you expect that as part of that, then put it in the allocation policy, because that's a requirement. This policy requires not. That was actually my next question. It doesn't require anything. It just requires them people to consider it, which is a fairly toothless thing a lot of the time. Have you considered it? Yeah, but we're not. Have you done it? No. Well, you can't go anywhere with that then, because they've said they've considered it and not done anything. So my point is, in terms of effectiveness, does it need to go beyond? I mean, there's a general point about larger, and I don't think what you said necessarily changes my mind that it shouldn't. That you need to refer to larger. Again, sporting text could probably explain it's proportionality, isn't it? Again, so if it's one wrinkly tin shed on an LSIS site that's already largely built out, you might say, well, we're not going to worry too much about this. But if it's a brand new estate, SIL or LSIS, then you might say, well, it's clearly this is an opportunity to deliver more. But similarly, if you've got an allocation and you're thinking about placemaking, then the place to talk about race requirements is an allocation policy. That sort of stands to reason. Notwithstanding the fact, I accept this is to consider areas outside those allocations. So, yeah, at the moment it just says consider. So you're not necessarily going to achieve all these things. Quite a few of the things on that list, as I've said, are covered by other policies anyway and would be requirements. So you could say, well, you know, it's probably a requirement of the plan as a whole for things to be to improve walking and cycling infrastructure where where there's a deficiency, and public transport. There's policies about that. So it's not really about development considering it. They've got to do it. Green spaces and pocket parks, I accept, isn't necessarily a requirement of any other policy for business development. You have got open space requirements, which are not quite the same thing, I accept. And then places to eat and drink, creche nursery and other ancillary facilities for employees. Well, if that's about complementary uses on the site, then your LSIS and SIL policies allow for it but don't encourage it, I would say. If it's about things internal to the building, so you've provided a staff cafe, restaurant, and well, I'm not sure. Again, I do wonder the extent to which that's your business, quite frankly. But if it's not something you can control, so that might well be an encouragement rather than a requirement. But it's a bit of a mixed approach, that. Because say some of those things, it's not about it's like you're almost suggesting that they get to choose whether or not it's well related to public transport, improve it. Well, they don't have a choice. So I think that the concept is quite sensible. I think the way it's written and implemented isn't. Probably needs some thought.
Yeah, point taken, sir. And I think obviously the intention of this policy has come from working on planning applications to try and win these improvements for the public benefit on these schemes. And just on your point about places to eat and drink, that's obviously we can't control what's happening inside these buildings, but the usual approach is to try and secure some kind of outside space, perhaps just a bench and some tables that's got a tree or some shade, just so that there's an outside space outside of what's generally a kind of we hope to be a high quality but still industrial estate. So somewhere you have that external space. But yeah, I think we take your point about the effect.
Well, as I say, I think if you want some of these things to happen, it might be obviously it's not going to be suitable in all cases. Scale, location, what's already there. I'm sure you could incorporate some of this into criteria, into one of the many criteria in criteria 1. You know, where you say where relevant or where achievable, practical. You know, you've got stuff about layout and landscaping and other features to help mitigate the potential for negative impacts. Well, you could incorporate your pocket park idea into that, maybe. You've got issues here where I lost it. You know, I already mentioned it's about talking about facilities for provides inclusive access arrangements and encourages community via cycle and foot. That's one thing. That's different. And where possible, provides supportive facilities for showers and lockers. I know that's different to what you're saying about food and drink and stuff, but it feeds into the idea of work, you know, incorporating things to support the staff. Then that's yeah. I think you know, say all the stuff about public transport and walking and cycling is already incorporated in other policies anyway. So actually, I think you've in having quite a watered down approach in 3, it's actually doing yourself a disservice, and you could probably have a much more positive, proactive approach if you dealt with it more up front. I think, you know, recognising that it's not always going to be achievable, because it isn't. So yeah, I think something to look at there. For you. Okay, is there anything more on that? Shop fronts then?
No, thank you very much.
And advertisements or advertisements? Anyone look at these things? Advertisements. Right, so D9. Yeah, I think my first point about was scope, about why is it refers specifically to areas outside Sill and Elsis, and I said, well, why? And I think you came back and said, well, there's hardly any shop fronts on Sill and Isis, but I think you've sort of recognised that there's scope there for a modification to sort of remove that distinction, and yeah, in perhaps the unlikely event there is a shop front or in an Sill or Isis, then it could at least be covered by it. I took it from your saying there's no sort of deliberate distinction that you want to treat shop fronts or frontages differently in a Sill and Isis. They're sort of dealt with completely differently. Is that?
Well, I just think they would have a completely different design. So I think the policy is trying to be helpful in saying it would be, if we tried to apply this policy to, say, somewhere where we have Elsis running up against residential and there's a shop front, we wouldn't expect every one of these policy points to be met there. But on the other hand, the planning officer would know not to do that. It would be self-evident from the context of the proposal.
Right. Well. I mean, I suppose the slightly problematic thing. I think what you said makes sense. Clearly, if it's a big, massive shed which just happens to have a frontage. But actually, when you read the policy, it's exactly what it says, because it says alteration to existing non-residential ground floor frontages and shop fronts. It does differentiate. So actually, albeit outside Sill Elsis, I suppose it is in non-designated areas, if you like, it would account for any ground floor frontage of a non-residential unit. So I don't know if that's intended or not, because shop fronts are shop fronts and non-residential ground floor frontages could be very different, couldn't they?
I think the approach here is one where we can again tweak this in order to make sure that it's delivering what we want it to deliver, rather than perhaps try to think of wording today.
That's the point. I mean, again, I've no particular. This is in. I'm in my hat of ensuring there are no unintended consequences for the plan. That by you've used a formal words which. Actually, when it comes to practice, you go, oh, we didn't mean this. So I just wanted to check. So if you want to, this policy wants to be exclusive of Elsis and Sill, and that's what you want to do, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, okay. As long as I understand that was sort of intentional, and that if an application comes forward to change the frontage of a building within those areas, then it will be dealt with, well, it won't be dealt with by this policy, and that's okay. Okay, if that's what you want, that's fine. The point on, I've only got one other point on criterion 1. And maybe this could be a very a matter of local distinctiveness, so fair enough. But I thought 1F seemed incredibly prescriptive about the street number is displayed within the frontage. But is this just because, is that a particular character of shop fronts in Enfield or parts of the town centre that you want to maintain? Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems a very, very minor thing for a council to be bothered about. Helping post people.
So this, I think it is a desirable. I wouldn't say there's a specific, Enfield-specific, locally distinctive numbering that we would be seeking to protect. The reason this is in there is that it follows forward from our existing policy DE6, ground floor frontages. And I believe it's, that policy has been seen to be effective. So that's why it remains there.
Okay. So do you put a condition on permissions then that they should keep that?
I think, so Michael's asked me to answer because of sort of development management background. The answer would be, not in my experience, you wouldn't condition numbering necessarily. Maybe in, there's a specific character area, but I haven't put a condition on.
One imagines that it's permitted development to take the number off your front wall if you want to. So, but okay. And then I suppose the 1G was also a bit, I thought, quite prescriptive about 10% of glazed area obscured. This carried forward as well, is it? So again, and that it might all relate back to your advertising and signage policies. So okay, yeah. On criterion 2, which is so into advertisements, I asked about whether the requirements of D9 go beyond the test set in advertising regulations or setting out in the regulations. I think you've said that amenity expectations have been tightened from your existing policies. I think that's what you said. Is that? Just check the word in what you've put in your statement, but I just wanted to understand what that meant. Oh yeah, sorry. Just it says your statement says compared with the adopted DMD 40 and 41, the amenity expectations are tightened for these sensitive contexts, but remain consistent with the regs. So, just wanted to understand why I suppose you've decided to try and make things tighter.
So, I think if we're comparing it to DMD 40 and 41, it is really looking at the, talking about the kind of level of visual dominance, visual clutter, and extending above the kind of ground floor area of the development, which is in excess of, not in excess, sorry, but an addition to what we've carried forward in terms of the advertisement. And also just looking at projecting forward of the building line as well. So that's, we've also got a kind of additional intervention there around internal illumination of an entire sign as well. So not looking at, just saying that that would rarely be acceptable, just because obviously that could have a larger impact on the amenity of a street scene in where there are shop fronts. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. But your main content that it all fits within the scope of the regs in terms of amenity and public safety. Amenity being a relatively widely.
Yes, it's a very broad definition within the advertisement regulations. It's capable of incorporating all of those issues that are raised in DE9.
Okay, and then on criterion 3, it says, the last sentence, opportunities should be taken to replace existing advertising signage where it is of design, location or materials that cause harm to their heritage asset or its setting. That would only, when would that be invoked though? Because it can only be, this policy is only going to be invoked when the plan application comes in. So you're not going to be making people. Is this more of a encouraging, shall we say? It's yeah. Where redevelopment is happening or where change is happening, you would encourage improvements to signage.
Yes. So I think when drafting this policy, we are cognizant that. Whereas lots of the other policies in the plan will be read as a whole and are related to larger developments by professional teams, the shopfront advertisement policy, as well as some of the extension policy as well, is, I would say, more of a, you could call it a customer-facing policy. So something where we want, we know that people will read this if they are shop owners potentially looking to produce a new shopfront, and therefore, whilst this is used to assess an application, it also has another use, which is just highlighting to people who aren't as familiar with the planning system all the kind of considerations that they might use. And we are also updating our shopfront guidance as well, but which is happening outside of this local plan process. So I guess that, you know, that criterion 3 is covering heritage and also talking about yeah, just highlighting to people that this is something we would like and support.
The wording you've used often throughout the plan, because I've queried it quite a lot,
Yeah.
is development which, I'm paraphrasing, might not be, but proposals which replace existing harmful signage will be supported. That would be, if you're using that similar kind of wording, might be more appropriate than opportunities should be taken to, because that's not quite, you know what I mean? That's, it's like you're saying to people, you must do that, whereas what you're really saying is, you know, if you're going to try and, if you're going to effectively lead to an improvement to this conservation area or shop or frontage, then we're going to support that. We would, in principle, support it. That seems more consistent way of wording it, how you've consistent, so and I think more in keeping. Does that make sense? Yeah.
That would be more in keeping, and I think it's part of our action just to review our wording generally.
So I think action for that one, to change that wording. Thank you. Okay, nothing on 4. That seems standard. Okay. Criterion 5, I asked a question about this one because it only refers to the SRN, and your statement confirms, I think, that the criterion might be drafted too narrowly. I think you said something in paragraph 50 that I don't agree with. Semantics there from me, I'll ignore that. So So I think, yeah, I think you've said, yeah, you're content to change that, and I think it makes sense just to talk about, yeah, it's not just about the SRN, it's just about any public safety, so change that as you've suggested. Okay, thank you. Any more comments on DE9? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, another pad. We're on to you now. I hate to think how many I've used. DE10 we've dealt with. DE11 we've dealt with. So D12, civic and public developments. Yeah, I didn't ask any questions about this one, did I? So I think this is one of those classic examples where I'd probably suggest that it's not entirely necessary because I think everything's covered, but it probably relates to a very narrow set of potential proposals as well. And so the quite significant amount of repetition may well indeed be harmless. But is there anything here that I do think needs to just be picked up on? There's one criterion about heritage. I can find it. Well, it's I, isn't it? Respects the heritage of an area and responds to local character and distinctiveness. That's, again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not suggesting any test which is the wrong test. So that's probably okay. Similarly, I think similar points about biodiversity. I don't think it's saying anything which is misleading. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think actually there's anything. Large-scale civic developments, I suppose you could argue what's large-scale civic development, but again, very difficult. It's not like I would accept in this, again, it's that thing where you can't really have one set of rules for everything, because larger business development, you could probably say, well, you could put a number on that, because retail, non-commercial, commercial development has set force. Civic development, it's not like it depends on what it's doing, doesn't it? What might be large scale, and there's no one set approach to civic buildings. There could be wide ranges of things, so that's fine. And you've said those occupying more than one building must consider whether public access through site is necessary to facilitate the movement in the area. Yeah, I mean, okay, fine. So yeah, I think there's nothing on this one really. I'm not sure there's anything in this which is actually specific to civic and public developments. I think they're practically all just any development. Always very little which is specific to civic, but at least if anyone's applying the policy, then they're not going to look at this for anything other than if it falls into whichever use class, D use classes or parts of E or whatever. So again, it's probably harmless. So yeah.
So I think just because just the nature of the borough, given that it's predominantly residential and industrial really is, and then for the civic and public developments, we're looking at schools and colleges or hospital. They are, as you say, quite site specific and unique in their use. So we can't be. It'd be difficult to put too many policies on this. But I'd just point to things such as criterion A, just faces onto the street in public realm and includes an active frontage. That's quite a helpful thing for discussions with schools who often want to just stay in the middle of their site. So some of these have come from discussions on these projects, and I think having that focused policy. I know you're probably saying too much, because I know you've already said that it doesn't cause any harm. So
yeah, well, no, it's like the main thing with all these is just flag it. I'm going to need to flag up, and I'll go away and obviously review these again. in light of all the discussions we're having, is there anything which is sort of misleading or wrong or saying the wrong thing? These are all, I mean, these policies are very much, this is a very supportive policy, isn't it? It's not a development permission for a civic building will refused unless if it does this. It's in considering civic and public developments, these are the things we want you to have regard to. And I guess if something comes forward which is unduly harmful to the character and appearance of the area, and because it fails one of these tests, is you'll go back to DE1, which has the all-encompassing, if it isn't of a suitable quality, we'll refuse it. So you've always got that fallback of DE1. Yeah. So this isn't I suppose this policy is trying to be a kind of guiding people without necessarily telling people what is or isn't acceptable. But then again, you don't necessarily have to say that every policy, if you don't do this, we'll refuse it, because it sort of stands to reason. So, okay, I have nothing on that really, I think, other than I may come back with some points, but I don't think they're going to be of fundamental nature, if there may be tweaks. So that was simple. D13, oh no. Oh, I spoke too soon on the simple ones. We've already talked about this one a little bit. When we picked up on H3, I think it is. So, yeah, I'm just going to, I picked up some various bits and bobs. I'll pick them up as I go through. We talked last week, there is some significant overlap with H3, and we've already discussed H3. We'll have this discussion again. I think I'll go away and issue some instruction, I think, on what I think the best way forward is on that. Looking at also what we agreed last week. This might be where I've said, it isn't harmless duplication, because I think the policies do say very slightly different things and pull in different directions, which is confusing. So I'll just make that as a standard point. And a couple of things I just want to pick up because about matters of, as I say, matters of repetition. What is the scope? Thinking about what the scope of this policy is. So you've got new residential development will only be supported if it's appropriately located, take into account the nature of the surrounding area, land uses, etc., etc. That's not a housing standard and design policy. That's a housing location policy, which I would think is your housing policies and or your strategy. So again, is it harmful to be there? Maybe not, because it's only saying what you've said elsewhere, but it's just this sort of, it's including things you don't need to include, because it's not about, I would say that's not about housing standard and design. That's about location of development. So I don't know what you think about that. Sorry, I mean, are you content that should be there, or is it?
Sorry, I was concentrating reading that. I didn't notice you. So, sorry, could you just said what?
Well, my point is, you've got this is about housing standards and design. Criterion 1A seems to be a location test, and you've got myriads of policies about the location of housing. Again, it might be harmless, but if I'm a housing developer and I'm looking to see where I can develop housing, yes, you might come and look here, but you've got an entire chapter on housing, so you might go there as well, or you might go to SS1, which says about what the strategy is, or SS2, what the strategy is. So in terms of succinctness and focus, is it?
So it doesn't on the face of it appear to add anything to the other policies. So the crux of this policy is to ensure that appropriate standards are applied for the developments in question and the more general issues.
Yeah, that's what I think. So you may as well keep it focused on what it's about.
Exactly.
And so I would say get rid of A. As long as it's not losing anything, which I don't think it is, I would get rid of A. And then obviously you get into issues about appropriate scalable capacity. Well, I suppose we're getting into design now, so that's fine. 1D, meets or exceeds the minimum internal space standards. We talked about this last week. I don't need to labour this point again. As if you recall from HC, I said, well, if you look at it, the wording is different in both these policies. One, I can't remember exactly the wording, but it suggested a different thing. My, again, inclination is you only need to refer to NDSS once, and obviously if you do it twice, it needs to say exactly the same thing. I can't remember where we landed on whether it should be in H3 or D13. Maybe that's something for me to think about. I mean, it might be a question of why do you need H3 and DE13, or should they not just be subsumed somehow and combined? But there might be some reasons for that. But just as a note for you and for me, there's an action on 1D for me to decide, about which is the best way of describing it, and that's it. But that's just, so I'm mindful of that from last week. But I think the general idea was that there's no expectation that you would exceed the standards. You were trying to encourage people to do it, but there's no expectation, and that's actually what this says, meets or exceeds. So I don't need to discuss that anymore. And then we have this issue about the BRE home quality mark. You've said that the reference to the mark is an encouraged benchmark for major schemes. And I think you've put forward a suggestion to have regard to, I think maybe rather than meet, so that might be, but submitted it refers to with adequately sized rooms in accordance with, amongst other things, the high HMQ. So it wasn't as submitted about encouraging things, it was a requirement. So not quite right what you said in your statement, but then you have put the mod in to say have regard to. The question is, even if you have in regard to it, is just that high mark, what is it? So I get the home quality mark, I should say, require things which go beyond the optional standards in terms of building regs? Because if it does, even if it's a have regard to, I would suggest that without proper justification, it shouldn't be in the policy.
So I think in our response we talked about adding a brief note just about in the supporting text, talking about suggesting this, but also other equivalent frameworks. So I think if that was to go forward, we'd be taking that out of the policy.
For what it's worth, the policy provides a well-designed, flexible and functional layout with adequately sized rooms.
Yeah.
That's all you need to say. And I think too many of these policies, not just your policies, frankly, policies everywhere, go on beyond what the policy is into all these standards and criteria, which actually could be part of your decision making. And you might decide that once you've seen the scheme, you don't think it provides adequately sized room, and you might use some of this information to justify that. But it's constant sort of requiring people to meet standards which you can just assess yourself. We've all got brains, we can see whether something's adequately sized or not. So I would say get rid of all of that. If it's in the RJ as examples of how you might determine that or how you might assess it, fine. But just leave the policy to ends with adequately sized rooms, full stop. I'm on a quest to make sure people, to reintroduce planning judgment into planning. But on the basis, obviously, it's not justified to keep asking for these things necessarily. And then I think on 1F, again, we've had these discussions about M42 and M43 elsewhere, and they are referred to in other policies, including H3. So I don't want to necessarily get into the long grass on this one. I do think there's a typo in this, because I think M42 should be M43. So that's fine. We talked about that. And then I think I also talked about the difference between wheelchair accessible and wheelchair adaptable, and I think here it's right, isn't it? Because I think the other one it said accessible and it should have been adaptable, or vice versa. I can't remember quite which way around it is, but I think it is about adaptable housing and so on. And I mentioned last week there was no reference, assuming that the reference M42 in there is a typo and it should be M43. There's no reference to M42 anywhere, and which the London Plan does. And I, again, can't remember exactly what the action was there, but I think it was an action for the council to go away and consider how to incorporate that to make sure it's consistent with the London Plan. So whether it's in this policy or H3, I think is to be determined, but there's an action relating to all these.
That's right. It's whether we want to be looking at adaptability rather than accessibility, and which category that was.
So with that, I'm going to say the M42, but I think the justification with the 10% comes from the London Plan, so there's probably no need to go beyond that. And then in one, I think I might have asked a question about this. There's quite a lot of prescription in 1K, 2, 3 and 4. And you've suggested some changes to those, I think, as well, haven't you, on the back of discussions with your colleagues? I think I'm right in saying.
Yes. Apologies, I just tried to search for something and everything has changed. So just give me 1 second, please. Yes, so I think having reflected on K, and I think I mentioned earlier, but we have, tried to get some feedback from DM officers who are encountering developers referencing these policies and having to, even though it's not adopted yet, just going into the public sphere, and having done some review sessions of this policy with them, and also just revisiting it ourselves. I think we believe that the policy is, as currently drafted, needs to be rewritten, essentially, just to make it clearer. We think that the objective is still a positive one. So essentially, this is an evolution of DMD10 in the current adopted plan, which is about distancing. So that talks about 22 metres between new buildings, and it has a table. This is looking at reducing that to 18, but the number of criteria around how that, how we manage that closer distance, we don't think it's worded effectively, and we'd like to revisit that.
Is that 1K in particular?
1K.
1K, yeah.
With the 5 bullet points as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you want to go into detail on that one.
No, absolutely not. I want to think about the principle of and one of the questions was actually to the extent to which, because it's not, most of what's in the stuff about 45 degrees and spacing and everything else, it tends to be in SPD. I'm not saying it's never in policy. I've not come across, I can't think of any policy I've come across which go into that level of detail, but that's not to say they don't exist. And one of the questions was whether or not your existing policies, go down to that level of, 45 degrees and, all the distances.
So that's correct, which is why it's in there.
Yeah, they do that already.
It's that evolution.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not overly concerned about wanting to get into. I think you've suggested that the 45-degree test should be taken from a different position. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to debate that. If it's wrong, if you like, and ineffective as a result of being wrong, now you've done some soft market testing, as we call it, on it, then fine. Okay. I'll leave it at that. The main point from my point of view on 1K, 2, 3 and 4 was just, as I say, they're quite prescriptive and detailed, very detailed, and whether or not that was necessarily justified or sufficiently flexible to provide you with some, sufficiently flexible, for situations where it can be worse. In fairness, K has the detail there. It says unless it can be demonstrated that this would not result in inadequate daylight and sunlight. So you've got the I guess caveat there, and it may be that there are similar caveats in the other policies. If they're in the other criteria, if there aren't, then maybe there should be, just in case. So it would be, all of these details would apply unless it can be demonstrated it doesn't result in unacceptable harm to whatever particular issue you're trying to address, and that might be the action for those, as well as the changes that you've said, because you said you think it operates as a flexible framework, which okay, but I think just to where it doesn't say, I mean, on criterion 4 will not be permitted above, so side and rear facing windows overlooking adjacent sites at a distance of less than 11 metres will not be permitted above ground floor unless. So you've got that, you can impose a judgment. But criterion 3 doesn't say, it does say this standard does not apply to parts of proposals that follow an established building line, so that's one outlet, but it doesn't say, 1.5 metres, 3 metres, 2-storey, blah, 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 unless. And so I think just to be consistent throughout the policy, as well as the changes you want to make, because, for effectiveness, I think making sure that you've got that unless in each criterion is probably a sensible approach, just for internal consistency, if nothing else.
Yes. If I may, sir, as well, just on criteria 3, we would actually suggest that this is deleted.
Oh, you have said that, yeah.
Yeah, we've again, through this, as you call it, soft market testing and conversations with developers and internally, have identified some quite severe unintended consequences of this policy, and don't think it's effective or helpful. It's just,
I'm just checking, there's nothing in there that, again, if you delete it, does it cause any harm? So I suppose are the issues relating to, if this is about daylight and sunlight, primarily, I think.
Correct, yeah.
Then are you covered by the other criteria?
So I think that what this policy is trying to do is protect existing amenity space with quite a formulaic approach to setbacks and, essentially creating the unintended consequences, a kind of ziggurat structure occasionally. So I think we would like to delete it. We will check that we're confident that we've got that security, that we have that. The objective of the policy to protect amenity is still in there. So we'll do a check of that. It might be that we just reword this, but at the moment, given the unintended consequences, we would like to suggest that.
No, fine. That's fine in principle. I think there's no point in having things which don't work. It's very difficult for me to know whether they work or not because it's so prescriptive. I wouldn't be. I'm not going to sit there testing scenarios. I just think the key thing is, I think, dare I say, this is the problem when you start getting to that level of detail, isn't it? If you just have a policy which says, sounds very simplistic, development shall not result in unacceptable harm to living conditions by virtue of the following things, then you've covered. And you don't necessarily need to say, distances and 45-degree angles and A, B, C, D, because that's implicit in what you're trying to achieve. Now, obviously, if you're trying to provide a bit more meat on the bones to guide developers, then okay, it might help, but then there's a point at which it might become a hindrance. And so, if you've identified an hindrance now, better now than once it's been adopted, I suppose, you're trying to implement it. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So I think, okay, remove 3. I know you've said that you think 2 and 4 are justified, subject to some tweaking about rear windows and things, all fine. But as I say, I think my other point about having the unless it can be demonstrated, just as you have with 1K and 4, would be, so I suppose it only relates to 2, really, would be the way forward on that. So, okay, just action. Okay, I asked, 7. let me just make sure I've not missed anything in that discussion. Criterion 2 doesn't relate to a harm. Okay, no, it's fine. C4 contradiction. Fine. Criterion 5, consideration may be given to the use of high-level windows, obscured glazing, obscured view angle windows, use of level changes, staggered windows, etc. Could criterion 5 lead to unintended consequences? Are also saying, if you say obscured glazing might be considered, then does it lead to difficulty in refusing applications where obscured glazing isn't sufficient? I suppose it's the idea that, if obscured glazing isn't in and of itself, you've said it should be considered as a means of presumably achieving protection of privacy and living conditions, but it's not always going to be suitable, is it? Because it might not be. Again, just thinking about my experience, usually bathroom windows, that's the norm. But I have had appeals where people have suggested they can put obscured glazing into bedroom windows and so on, and generally my feeling is, well, that's not very good for the living conditions of the occupants of those rooms, so that might not be an acceptable approach. So I think it perhaps just making it clear somewhere that this is it's not a cure for all the ails you, obscured glazing. It's not going to solve every problem every time. It might only be suitable in some circumstances and not all of them. And if the council is if I'm not saying you are, but if you are of the view that it's not really suitable in habitable rooms, then maybe make that clear. You're not saying it's. You can have. I've had it in bedrooms. I've had it in living rooms. Nobody would consider that acceptable, I think. So.
Thank you, sir. So it is worth noting that this is carried forward from our existing DND. Which one? Correct me if I'm wrong, David. Question everything.
Well, it's carried forward or not. I mean, I think it's something I would suggest is looked at.
Yeah, not at all. Thank you.
And then I mentioned, I queried 7.104. Yeah, the policy can't cover every possible scenario, absolutely. Except that certain bold-informed site constraints and architectural techniques may mean that the aims of the policy can be achieved with different standards. Yeah, so the query on that was, I suppose whether or not the policy, you read those two, you read the policy with that text, and is it, contradictory? You've said that you'd support a brief clarification in policy that alternative approaches are acceptable where they demonstrably deliver the policy outcomes. Yeah, I suppose, again, this comes back to whether or not all of these numbers, as we call them, art and standards, are absolutes. And as you say, they're probably not. So it is both the wording of the policy to include this sort of unless something, unless it doesn't result in a degree of harm, which may in and of itself mean that somebody's come forward with a different approach, and therefore you say, well, it's different to what it's not. It's not quite fitting in with that number, but it's fine. So they've done it anyway, or it could be made clear, as you say, made clear in the text that. Well, I do wonder if you put the unless in, unless it can be demonstrated that it wouldn't result in harm. That covers that. If that's covered in every sort of criterion where it's necessary, then it's done that job, hasn't it? Because it does give people at least the comfort that you can come forward with something different. And then 7.104 at least is reflective of that, so it all ties in. So I think that so it just goes back to my earlier point, actually. So I think that. Okay, anything? Sorry, I've got a little note there. What is in 1K5 that isn't adequately covered by 1C? I don't know. Right, okay. Any other points on that one? Can we move on? So, DE14. external amenity. I think you've pointed, I've queried two things about, I think criterion 1 is about whether it should be modified to be clear what form of development should provide amenity space. And I think you've, you know, and it might well be obvious to everybody what it is, but whether it might be clear about, you know, it only relates to residential development, might be saying that new residential development must provide good quality external space. But my main query here was about what significantly overlooked means, and I think you've pointed out that that comes from your existing plan, and may well have been, and I think, you know, reasonably well understood. And you can infer, and I don't doubt you can infer what it means from context. But is it clear and unambiguous, and does it in reality distinguish between what I might call normal mutual overlooking? You can be significantly overlooked and it doesn't necessarily result in harm, or you could be significantly overlooked and it does result in harm. And the test presumably is not the sort of the degree of overlooking, but the effect of the overlooking that's important. So so I did wonder whether that, again, similarly to what I've just said about in the last policy about minimising overlooking, is a sort of phrase which I don't particularly think gets you anywhere. You should be looking at what you're trying to achieve, which is protecting residential amenity or living conditions. The same thing I think would apply here. You know, what you're trying to ensure is that it's good private amenity space that results in a satisfactory form of living condition. And that could be both from space and being overlooked and noise, disturbance, anything really, couldn't it? So it's my personal view about effectiveness on that. And I think your statement actually sets out what the harm is you're seeking to avoid, which is creating, well, what you're seeking to achieve is an acceptable level of privacy. So to me, that's the policy. You know, development should deliver an acceptable level of privacy. If you look at it from that perspective, what you're seeking to achieve rather than what you're seeking to avoid. So yeah, I just found that's a more, at least clear and unambiguous way of rephrasing it. So I suggest, even if you disagree, I'm going to say I think that should be changed to set out the actual outcome. Table 7.2, I think is, yeah, I asked where that came from. It comes from the London Plan. Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no requirement to go beyond those by the looks of it, no requirement to come up with your own. So that's where they've come from, so understood. And when I asked about the some of the other size thresholds in criterion 2 come from the London Plan as well, I think, don't they? So it's all sort of stems from London Plan policy D6. So you've got your own version of it, basically. Yeah. Just a little point on this. You tell me it's based on a certain policy. I'm going to go and read it. So policy D6, just to be exact about this, says, in terms of 1.5 metres, the 1.5 metre figure, if I can find it, outside, yeah, sorry, must achieve a minimum depth and width of 1.5 metres. Yours only talks about wide. So, you know, if you're going to be duplicating a policy, you may as well do it accurately. So tweak that. And so most of that criterion is in line with DE6. And this includes reference to level access, which I think is in the London plan. Just, I mean, this is more about interest, really. I'm not saying some sounds, but it's more just to satisfy my curiosity. When you have applications for changes of use, say, we were talking yesterday about changes of use of upper floors in town centres, say, and you're content with or supportive of residential change of use there, where it may not be possible to provide level access to amenity space. How do you go about those applications?
Sorry, sir, do you mind? I'd just like to pass to my colleague, Mr. Maguire. But would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, sure. You've got a policy here that requires a certain level of outdoor amenity space, private amenity space, that's level access. That could be balconies, I accept that, in flats. But you've also got a policy that we talked about yesterday, which is encouraging changes of use of upper floors in town centres, say, to residential. These are existing buildings, not always necessarily going to be possible to deliver balconies and the like. They are what they are. So I just wondered how, and if this is a carry-on of our existing policies, but also London policy, so how you implement that. Do you have regard to the possibility of achieving it or not?
Practically would look at it on a case-by-case basis, site circumstances you talked about, availability of open space nearby, parks and so forth. But the London plan is clear on external amenity space for new residential development, so we'd be looking to achieve those standards, but sort of in particular circumstances of sort of conversions and upper floor sort of reconfigurations of existing buildings where there's no the potential to provide that facility is limited. You'd sort of look at a balanced view, looking at the sort of well-being, whilst the living, trying to provide good quality living conditions for residents. And whether that can be if that can be achieved, then great. You sort of move forward and look at appropriate conditions. But if it can't be achieved, you'd potentially refuse permission.
But there have been situations where you've looked at everything around and said, okay, physically you can't achieve level access to 1.5 metres of, or whatever the standard is, of open space. So we've looked at the bigger picture and so on, and said, but using planning balance and planning judgment, in this case, it is acceptable to, not set aside is the wrong word, but have regard to other things, other material considerations.
Yeah, I think you'd have to do that in certain circumstances naturally, but we're trying to achieve. The London plan and our policy prescribed standards for external amenity. But yes, consider the circumstances.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's fair to say the London plan doesn't give any. I'm not saying what you've done there is right. I'm just trying to understand how it might happen. Thinking about how the plan's implemented ultimately, and the London plan doesn't give any. There's no caveats there. Say in circumstances where it's not possible to. Or does it? You tell me. In circumstances where it's not possible physically to deliver this level of open space, amenity space, we will have regard to the following things. It seems to me, from at least how Criteria 9's were written, that if you can't deliver it, then that's it. You can't deliver it.
If you're asking from sort of a process of sort of experience, you'd sort of look at appeal decisions and what inspectors' views have been come to, and there's sort of a little bit more to sort of the actual decision-making process than what is always exactly specified in practice. That would be.
But you're saying in practice, inspectors are set aside DE6 on a regular basis?
No, not on, not on a regular basis, but it's a topic that comes up, and it's something that sort of developers sort of look at, and there are some circumstances where that criteria hasn't been satisfied in proposals, and then we're sort of looking at the benefits of providing residential development, for example, and whether the overall provision is acceptable, and because we're thinking about other criteria of housing numbers, etc.
And that seems reasonable. I mean, I will say that with another hat on, I can't always remember all of London Plan policies implicitly, but with another hat on, I have come across this policy, and the arguments that were made about it. There was a situation where it's exactly that. I don't know if it was in Enfield or not, but it was certainly a situation where it is a change of use of a upper floor of a building. It is not possible to deliver meeting space. So the choice is you either refuse permission because it's contrary to policy, and then the applicant was obviously talking about all the things you've talked about, all these other things. I'm not saying what decision was come to, but those sorts of things don't. Now, of course, the policy doesn't allow for that. I suppose one question that might be put to you is, notwithstanding what the London Plan says, given you have another policy in the plan which supports the conversion of upper floors of commercial buildings, which have a particular characteristic, whether or not that needs to be recognised. So you're not necessarily, I'm not saying this is maybe one to think about, but you're not having this situation where you're fighting, this is a perfectly reasonable set of considerations to have regard to as an exception, exceptionally. But then you're having to say, well, it's all contrary. But it might well be, because I'm also mindful that the policy we talked about yesterday does say we're not going to use existing open space in the vicinity of the site as a justification for allowing a lack of amenity space. So you've got, in a way, your policies are very much geared towards resisting the lack of provision of amenity space, and if that's your policy, that's perfectly fine. I suppose if that is the case and you're comfortable with refusing applications on upper floors that can't deliver that, then that's fine. I just wanted to make sure it comes back to, is there a difference between how the policy is implemented and what the policy says? And if you're content that if somebody's not providing the amenity space in the upper floor of a commercial building, and that's what the policy says, so if they're not doing it, then they don't get the permissions necessarily, then that's fine. Understood.
I mean, there are circumstances where permission has been refused in Enfield for that reason, and the appeals have been dismissed. And I don't think it would be invalid to sort of take that approach and look to secure optimal standards for external amenity in accordance with the London Plan, of course.
That's fine. Good. I mean, I just wanted to make sure there was no suddenly, well, we've got an unintended, again, sorry, phrase of the week, unintended consequence. And I guess that would mean that if it would be a section 38.6 material consider in the circumstances where a case could be made, it would be section 38.6 and material considerations apply, and that's fine. Just wanted to make sure that was the case. Thank you. Then, what else was there about this one? Not a huge amount, I think. I think you suggested a modification to criterion 4. But it's just a normal one, fine. About having regard to and then criterion 5. I queried this one. In terms of clarity about what would be expected in terms of scale, and you've come back and said that it is justified and London Plan allows boroughs to set locally appropriate amenity expectations where justified. It doesn't. It says you can set locally appropriate amenity standards where justified. So it's not just, you can't, it doesn't say you can make it up as you go along, depending on the nature of any scheme. And you've said in a lower density borough like Enfield with a high proportion of family housing, it's reasonable to expect large private or communal amenity space for developments with larger homes. Well, the standards have that, don't they? The standards already require a large amount of open space with larger homes, so that's built into the standard. So, you know, that's already there. And then you've talked about, you've referred me to policy S4 of the London Plan, which is about children's play, which again seems to me to be completely out with the issue of private amenity space. That's about providing children's play seemingly, or potentially at least, in the scope of open space provision. So I then started to get a bit confused about whether this criterion 5 is more about open space provision for a development, not private amenity space. So if you're talking about like children's play and open space on a site on a new estate, that's not part of this scheme, this policy. That's part of your open space policies. So I thought we'd start to get a little bit confused about what it is you're actually talking about. I read criterion 5 as being you must provide the minimum external amenity space set out in table 7.2, but there will be times that we want you to provide more than that, and it must meet these requirements. And again, just coming back to some of these other criteria where I've sort of raised the same thing, it's similar to parking standards, similar to other standards. It's like, I don't think it's necessarily justified in principle for you to have a standard and then say to a developer, but in circumstances that we probably don't really know what they are, just when we think it's justified, we're going to ask you to do more. As a standard, it might be there's design characteristics and stuff that might justify it in certain schemes, but this seems about, you know, here's the minimum, and then now and again we're going to ask you for more. And if you're an applicant, you're not going to have a clue what you're actually expected to do. So I was somewhat concerned about that one. You've said you'd be content to support a modification supporting text to signpost the relevant London Plan Policy S4, but I don't think Policy S4 is actually relevant to this. And Policy S4 is more about open space and play anyway, so, and we covered that yesterday. So I'm not sure that works as private amenity space. It's two different things, in my mind, anyway. So, yeah. So again, if you wanted higher standards, you could have applied higher standards, but you've not. So you've nailed your colours to the mast. You're quite content with those standards. So I do ponder really what criterion 5 is. Well, I know what it's seeking to achieve, but whether it's actually justified and effective in doing so. Or, sorry, before you answer, Ms. Skinny, apologies, or what you'd actually expect in terms of scale, even if you were able to justify it.
Just on S4, the relevant provisions apply in relation to the part of criterion 5 that deals with a larger private amenity space or have access to communal amenity space. So I think that's the reason why S4 has been referred to. That said, there does need to be obviously the adequate provision of amenity space on a communal basis and in relation to the other open space policies that we looked at previously. So it may be that it's unnecessary to be in criterion 5, but at least there's justification for it.
Yeah, I think, well, say if it's two different things, communal amenity space is different. Well, if you're treating it as open space, then it's different. It's not in your external amenity standard policy. It's covered by your open space policies. I will just say, for example, here, and we didn't pick this up yesterday when we were talking about public open space standards, but S4 talks about for residential developments incorporating good quality accessible play provision for all ages, at least 10 square metres of play space should be provided per child. Now, I would have expected that to be incorporated into your play space requirement. I apologise, I didn't pick that up yesterday when I was thinking about that policy. But that's got to be all looked at again anyway when you get the new playing pitch things. But of course, that reference to 10 square metres of play space is not about a private amenity space. And I say, and again, thank you for pointing this out, Mr. Reid, about, it does refer to private amenity space or communal amenity space. So we're mixing things here as well about function and everything else.
Thank you, sir. So, criterion 5 is looking at trying to set the standards for, well, I guess there's two parts of it. So firstly, larger private amenity space or access to communal amenity space at ground floor podium. So then that goes into talking about not accessible to the public, of suitable size, etc. And what we're looking at here is, I think what we've come from in the adopted plan is again a table with a relatively formulaic approach, which wasn't working in practice. And what has happened in reality with kind of higher density developments, kind of podium gardens, such as things like that, where we have that kind of communal but private amenity space. So if you imagine a podium garden in a courtyard, that is informed by the requirements for, child yields, the play space required for different age groups, and then partially providing some of that, most on-site as much as possible, but some of it off-site as well. So I guess what this policy is trying to do is, it's less about just setting a standard and more about being led by the evidence and led by the requirements for each site.
But what you've just described is what we talked about yesterday, isn't it? It's open space. It's part of the open space provision. If it's about play space for children, because there's a requirement in somebody remind me of the policy number. But there's a requirement about play space. There's a certain requirement for play space. So if what you're seeking in criterion 5 is that, then it seems to be more about that policy and design policies, not a standard. It's not about external amenity standards. It's mixing. It's either a design solution about providing good quality open space for people who live there, which could be DE13 or whichever one it is, or it's or your various other policies about open space and landscape and blah blah blah. But it sounds like it's not actually about private amenity space. It might be delivered as private, but this policy is about, what should we call it, gardens, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think it's just covering. It's covering private amenity space, such as balconies and gardens.
Well, yeah.
But it's also covering, just in criterion 5, it's looking at potentially a larger private amenity space or
All right, just stop there.
That's right.
Why can you justify, you've got a standard for how much private amenity space you think is necessary to deliver acceptable standard of living. On what basis are you then expecting people to deliver more than that?
Just reviewing London Plan policy D6 as well, where it talks about the sort of private amenity space and also the supporting text. And lower down within the supporting text on that policy, sort of 6.10, and it sort of links to how it refers to communal play space, and then a bit above that there's private outside space, that's podiums, courtyards, etc. So I wonder if this is the route policy essentially, and the London Plan treats this in a similar space and at sort of larger scale, and that's just a thought on maybe the route and where the link might be at this point in our plan.
Yeah, and if you well, say thank you, but if you say you look at 3.6.10, it talks about communal play space should meet the requirements of policy S4 play and informal recreation. Play and informal recreation is not private amenity space, it's your play space policy. So I think that is a confusing thing. And someone who, I mean, I'm going to get quite irked about the London people, not your fault, people who write the London Plan knowing the difference between policy and supporting text would be quite handy sometimes. What the purpose of those things are and stop trying to sneak policy into supporting text. But it's outside my scope. But yeah, if you look at what, just look at what the policy says meet the requirements of table 3.1. Or meet the requirements set out, whereas it's, yeah, it's not in 3.1, is it? But meet the standards. Anyway, the other stuff just is information. So I think there's just a problem with Criterion 5, perhaps, that I've not seen any clear justification for why, once they've met the standard for private amenity space, you can then go, well, you need to provide more. I don't know why how you've justified that. There are other policies relating to communal space and play space which do that. So, and if the purpose of Criterion 5 is to reflect S4, London Plan S4, then I think that's probably still in relation to the policies we discussed yesterday. And when looking at those policies, I suspect the council needs to go and look at that policy again and see whether S4 is properly reflected in it.
So yes, there's certainly the play space provisions are dealt with in the CL policies, CL5, and it would follow from that so long as they're incorporated within the play space provisions related to those larger forms of development, they'll cover off DE14. So it may be that we can deal with that repetition by way of a proposed amendment to DE14 that incorporates.
It's the other way around, isn't it? It's CL5, making sure CL5 incorporates.
Good, quite right. Either way. So
yeah, I think DE14 may cross-refer to some of these things, perhaps, but the way I read it is they're conflating two issues. And this policy is about external amenity standards and therefore effectively criterion 9 of policy D6, the London Plan. That's all it's dealing with. You start conflating other issues, that's where CL5 comes in. So I think, yeah.
It is clear about table 12.1 setting out that the children's play space requirements.
Yeah. So an action, there was an action related to that yesterday anyway about waiting for the new PPS to come out and how that affects. Now we've sort of unearthed what S4 says about play spaces by making sure that what the 10 metres requirement is incorporated into that somehow as well. So. Yeah. So I think that it would suggest that that criterion 5 is deleted from this one.
Yes, it would suggest that.
Yeah.
If there's any change, then we'll come back to you, but at the moment, you're right.
Well, no need, Mr. Reid. Criterion 5 is to be deleted.
Very good. So in that case, no need.
I'm not...
there would be no change.
There will be no change. There are so many things I'm still to make my mind up on, but not that. Okay, I mean, we've been going a bit longer than I intended. We've got one policy to go. It's quite a lengthy one, but I wonder if it all comes to similar points to what... So I don't know if people want to come for a break or want to crack on.
We're happy to keep going if you are.
I think so. We've only got... I think we've only got D15 to do, haven't we? So
yes,
we can get done. Sorry, I should just double check. There's nothing else on D14 that I've jumped ahead on. Well, yeah, the action will, I just said about 5 will obviously have consequential implications for the supporting text as well. So. Okay. So residential extensions, again, quite a detailed policy, lots and lots of very specific and prescriptive requirements. But you are content that it is soundly based, so you're content with all these things. So there may be presumably some similar issues with some of these criteria, rather like DE13, where you've looked at it and there might be some tweaks you need to make because they wouldn't quite work in practice. You just talk me through these, because just so I'm absolutely clear what they are.
Thank you, sir. So, first tweak that we would like to propose is number 1, changing it to rear extensions, just for clarity, as this came up as a issue of confusion. We also have the 45-degree check as well, so centre of the window rather than edges. And we don't think that's justified, nor would it be effective. I guess in general, again, we see this as a kind of customer-focused policy as well. So people who are, similar to the shop fronts, we want try to make it a one-stop shop for everything to do with extensions. And it is a consolidation of a lot of existing policy into one accessible area. So, just going through here. I think the main change we would like to highlight to you, this is from feedback as well, is on criterion 4A3 regarding roof lights.
Oh, sorry, roof lights.
Yeah, sorry, am I jumping forward too much?
No, I thought you were going to say 4E.
All right.
Regarding flat roof dormers. But 4...
we're going to come to that one.
Okay,
as well.
was it?
Yeah. 4A.
4A,
Three.
sorry. 4A3.
Yeah, so, having consulted with our DM colleagues, so this is about roof lights being visible from the highway, and we just don't see this as enforceable or effective. It's just going to add in, essentially it's covered by permitted development. Having this policy would just result in administration, essentially, paperwork, justifying why it's not happening. So we'd request that is deleted.
Right. I sent Mr. DeVos early then, didn't I?
Yeah. He did raise that, didn't he?
Yes.
It was complete opposite.
With respect to Mr. DeVos, it would have been... Because I don't think that's in your statement, is it? That 4.3?
No, this has come up since that.
Yeah. So I knew about 4E, I didn't know about 4A, so I guess then it would have been handy for you to put your hand up, not you, well, somebody put a hand up before I said to Mr. Voss, you don't need to be here to talk about your DE15 issue, when his DE15 issue is now an issue that we didn't know was an issue before before he left. So, okay. So Mr. DeVos, just to be fair to him, as he's not here now to make his point, he was, I think, content with the policy, but concerned that it's not being implemented or would not be implemented. I guess you would agree with him then, actually, wouldn't you? Effectively. I suppose that his concern. Let me just get this statement. His concern is presumably then that there is no, I don't want to necessarily put words in anyone's mouth, but if that were to not be, let's say, take it from the point of view that it's not being implemented, because that would mean that there's insufficient, or is there insufficient control over roof lights, for example? Is there some kind of, does it open up a whole raft of problems in in terms of design?
were content that, where we've got an area of sensitivity conservation area that is protected, but it's just, I think his concern that it wouldn't be implemented is what the feedback we've received is, and having this policy that would just... Oh, sorry about that. So sorry, just to get my train of thought back. So I think where we've got a sensitive area, such as a conservation area, we know we can control roof lights through that face the highway. But where we don't have those protections, given the permitted development rights and feedback from our DM colleagues, and I think David may want to talk more about this with his experience, but that would we would just essentially it wouldn't be implementable. We'd just be creating the outcome of this would be essentially more paperwork for the DM officers justifying why they're not able to do this, or losing on appeals for this as well. David, do you want to interrupt me?
Not significantly, just there's maybe a question of the visual harm, and again, you could sort of consider that on a case-by-case basis. You don't have to specify that a sort of presumption sort of against roof lights, if that's how that's to be read. Seems fairly unnecessary, not having had a lot of regard to Mr. DeVos, so you could sort of put the point otherwise, but that would be my view on that.
Okay, the point Mr. DeVos made actually about appeals and so on and so forth, so and indeed PD. So I guess the point is whether if you were to delete that, whether you would, or you could replace it if it's not covered by other references to alterations, to detail how you would consider, as you pointed out, how you're going to consider the effect of roof lights and what you're going to have regard to. So I guess it might well be in terms of proportions and dominance and so on and so forth, visual intrusion and clutter and so on. So it may well be that you could still, notwithstanding PD, I suppose it's always going to be where you have some control over it. You can say what you want, as you said, you can say what you like in a planning policy, but if it's PD, it's PD. So I guess I think in other instances where where you've got PD, but there might be instances where roof lights are before you, as you say, conservation areas maybe, things like that. What's it called for? You'd say, I think the phrase might have been used, something along those lines, where we are the decision maker. Because I think it was in relation to residential conversions in town centres, because you've accepted there that you can't always, some of that's PD, sometimes it depends. So where it's an issue for the council, where it's an issue, this is what, these are the things we'll have regard to. And I guess just so everyone's aware of the situation, again, probably just maybe if it's not already covered, a little bit of blurb in the RJ just to explain that, where we are decision makers on roof lights, this is the kind of thing we're going to take into account, but we aren't always, it's sometimes PD.
Yes, sir, and
that might apply, sorry, Mr. Murray, that might apply to extensions as well, of course, as well. So.
And just in terms of Mr. DeVos's point, so you can consider whether, as a matter of soundness, there needs to be actually something in the wording of the policy, despite what we say with regard to the proposal to remove it. That would be something that you, of course, have the ability to provide for, to recognise Mr. DeVos's point. Yeah,
I suppose, I think as Mr. DeVos was here, he'd be able to, say it's a bit unfortunate if he's watching, but I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware that this was going to be an issue. So if it had been, I would have dealt with it while he was here. But the points he's made actually seem to reflect exactly what you're saying about the difficulty in applying it. So I suggested that, well, if you was happy with the policy, that's one thing. I guess the point was still probably still happy with the policy, particularly if the Hadley Wood neighbourhood plan has something in that as well to a similar thing. So it's still part of the development plan, isn't it? I think, though, just in more principle terms, that, again, baby with the bathwater type approach, you've still got, I mean, dormers are often PD, aren't there? There's lots of these things are PD in this policy. You've still got an approach to them. So I guess roof lights shouldn't necessarily be excluded from that just because they are PD. You might still have an approach to roof lights where they are before you.
So it may be that they are proposed at some point as part of a development without reliance on a permitted development.
I mean, it might get covered by 4A. The other parts of 4A, sort of, it's about appropriate size and location in the roof plane, and in the case of dormers and roof lights, visually subordinate. I don't know. You come with yourself, but I don't think you should, by deleting it, should then, if there are genuine, valid concerns, not just by the public, I mean from the council, about roof lights. I know you've said you can't control it, but you must have had some concern in the first place as to why you wanted this policy. Now you've decided it might be too difficult to implement, but again, where you can implement something, at least reflecting, as you have with some of these other things, what you would be concerned about, I suppose. So I think, yes, action, at least I think this might be one where, in the great scheme of things, there are some actions where it's currently, I mean, I should say, even with what I was saying about criterion 5 and policy means slightly pedantic. All of these are without prejudice to any final decision. Similarly, this might be one I want to see how it would work. So perhaps just as a starting point, see an amendment.
Yes.
Sorry, I stopped you mid-flow about some of the other changes.
No, that's fine, thank you, sir. So I think it's worth going on to 4E. So proposals for flat roof dormers within the conservation area will be refused. So in our matter statement we've said, I think on reflection it's not sufficiently flexible to allow for a well-designed flat roof dormer where appropriate. And I think reflecting on decisions and appeals in some conservation areas as well, we have noted a pattern where appeals are being upheld where there's a flat roof dormer in a conservation area. What we have done kind of outside of the local plan process is try and look at these conservation areas and where there could already have been an erosion of that character due to those, and to try and take a more proactive approach. But I think putting this into the policy right here, we would propose a modification there, just about not being as hardline essentially. But must have regard to the details, the conservation area's character and what makes it special.
One thing you could do, and I think just looking at it, it's 1A3, I think talks about, is it 1A3? 1A3 talks about there's no adverse visual impact on the local character. That's one thing, including designated and non-designated heritage assets. So this is, we talked about these already today. That's not quite correct. You can have adverse impact on these things if they can be justified, as we know. And then I think 6 has also got reference to heritage, and now, as you say, 4E as a reference to conservation areas and heritage and listed buildings. My suggestion would be somehow all references to heritage are put into one criterion somewhere in this policy, and you just simply cross-refer to DE10. And then you can say where alterations would have an effect on the setting or, well, an effect on a heritage asset or its setting, we will assess it in accordance with DE10. Then it's flagged up as an issue, so you're not losing the issue, but also there's no doubt about how it is you're going to determine it, because all of these references perhaps not quite accurate. And I say if you changed to 4E to say something about that, again, no harm I don't think in saying as a preamble to that, development should have regard to the significance of heritage assets, and perhaps all the things you've listed in 6A might be the kinds of things that you want to address. But then you see when it says do not cause in 6A4 does not cause cumulative harm, again, it's not really quite the test, is it? Because you know, it does not cause cumulative harm subject to public benefits outweighing it. Quite often, of course, and you'll know this from appeals, it's not always the case that extensions and stuff lead to public benefits, in which case it may not amount to anything. But I think just making, so I think, you know, having regard to heritage, clearly important, so on and so forth, but you'll determine it, won't you, in relation to DE10, which then takes you back in a big circle to whether it can be justified or not. So, that's that. Yeah, and then I think I made a general point about any adverse visual impact, and I think you've said, you know, it's not your intent to capture or refuse, I guess, resist trivial or de minimis effects. Fair enough. I suppose, as I say, yes, and it might be well be one of those things where, in reality, nobody's going to quibble about it, but for the sake of being clear, you know, it is unacceptable adverse effects or unacceptable impacts on amenity or unacceptable. I think just makes it very clear, particularly in situations if you're a neighbour, for example, and you're saying, well, it's going to have some effect on my living conditions, so it's therefore unacceptable, and you would then turn around and say no, because those effects are not unacceptable. Well, it's not in the policy, so you may as well, from my mind, just put it in the policy. So it is quite a de minimis issue, but it just removes any doubt at all. I think that covers it for me. So any other points on?
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good. So quite a lot of actions there. Again, sorry, I know it's knocking these policies into shape, I think. So thank you. That was almost embarrassing. So yes, we'll adjourn for the day today. We don't have to come back to deal with any other of these issues tomorrow. That's good. Thanks very much. So tomorrow we are dealing with tall buildings policy and rural Enfield. It may be that it is a genuinely short day because I don't think the issues are going to be as, and you've suggested deleting most of rural Enfield anyway, so, which is not to say I'm just going to go fine, but we're going to have to discuss it, but it may not mean we need to go into it as much detail. So,
so if I may just ask, for the tall buildings policies, I'm assuming you're intending to go through every part of the Appendix D as well, is that correct?
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
No?
Do you mean do you mean literally every single area?
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking of doing.
Okay, that's useful information.
The ones, no. We'll see, but no, I mean, I think there may be some I need to raise more, but I think it's mainly matters of principle. To be fair, I was expecting perhaps more input, for want of a better word, on picking out. So there are areas where people have obviously identified particular concerns, but similarly, we had the opportunity to pick up on the principle of tall buildings. Most of them relate to allocations. They're sort of very analogous to allocations, aren't they, in the main? So there's been opportunities to talk about the principle of tall buildings, whether it's 28 metres or 31 metres or 36 metres or 41 metres. You know, I may not be going to go through that. I want to think about how you've gone about coming to those views in principle, perhaps, and then obviously if there are specific views about certain areas. Clearly, the people who are here tomorrow don't necessarily have to put in their statements which one, they highlight them, and so there may be ones people want to pick out, and there may be ones I want to pick out. But I'm not sure I'm going to go through every single one because don't see where that would get me. So, but if you want to tell me about every single one, fine. But no. So, okay, we'll adjourn then and return at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.